بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Distinguished guests, decision makers, and innovators, welcome you to the IMPA Healthcare Supply Chain CXO Forum 4th edition, where it first began here in the Kingdom's capital, Riyadh, and then it went to Jeddah, the Eastern Province, and now we're back in the capital, Riyadh. This forum aims for more global supply chain standards, best practices, and networking with hospital executives, where there will be a lot of dialogue, a lot of innovation, and most importantly, education, which is all in line with Saudi Arabia's Kingdom's Vision and bold, I would say, Kingdom's Vision 2030. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wareed bin Khanfour, and I am honored to be your MC, host, and moderator on this great, positive evening, I would say. Yeah, we're past afternoon. And now, without further ado, I would like to call to the stage Ms. Ala Al-Shannan, Director of Training and Development, to give the opening remark. So please give her a warm welcome. Salah. Okay. These things happen, by the way. It takes She must have a great speech to make us wait that long, huh? Welcome, Ala Shannan. يلا حيا.
أصحاب السعادة، الرؤساء التنفيذيون، مدراء القطاعات، صناع القرار، الضيوف الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أهلاً وسهلاً بكم جميعاً، ويشرفنا حضوركم في هذا الملتقى الذي يضم نخبة من القيادات والمختصين وصناع القرار معاً في مساحة تهدف إلى تبادل الخبرات وبناء علاقات مثمرة واستعراض لأفضل الحلول والممارسات في هذه القطاعات الحيوية الواعدة، سعياً لتحقيق رؤية المملكة 2030. وجودكم اليوم هو محل تقدير كبير يعكس أهمية هذا الحدث وحرص الجميع على التطوير المستمر والتعاون البناء. أن يكون هذا الملتقى منصة حقيقية للحوار وفرصة لفتح آفاق جديدة للشراكات الاستراتيجية والأفكار الملهمة. أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل لكل من ساهم في تنظيم هذا الملتقى من رؤساء وشركات وضيوف وحضور ومشاركين ومتحدثين وفريق العمل على جهودهم الكبيرة التي أسهمت في إخراجه بهذا الشكل اللائق. مرة أخرى أرحب بكم جميعاً وأتمنى لكم وقتاً مليئاً بالفائدة وتجربة موفقة وثرية.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ala, for that very inspiring also and positive, I would say, speech also, which sets the tone for today's forum, which is going to be very exciting as we have many distinguished also and decision maker speakers, which we will benefit from at the same time also as well be educated from. Our next speaker is Mr. George A. Morales. He's the Global CEO of an International Supply Chain Education Alliance at ISCEA. But unfortunately, due to some circumstances, he's not joining us here in person, but we will see a word from him right now virtually through the video.
Good afternoon over there in Riyadh. I'm Jorge Morales, Chief Operating Officer of ISCEA, the International Supply Chain Education Alliance. It is a great pleasure to welcome you to the IMPA Hospital CXO Forum in Saudi Arabia. On behalf of ISCEA, I would like to thank all of you for being with us today and to express our sincere appreciation to GS1 Saudi Arabia for co-hosting this important forum. Although I am joining you remotely, Saudi Arabia is a country very close to us at ISCEA. I had the pleasure of being in the kingdom in 2024 to renew the agreement we have proudly maintained with GS1 for more than a decade. That renewal reaffirmed the strong, trusted relationship among ISCEA, GS1, and the Federation of Saudi Chambers, a relationship built on a shared commitment to global standards, professional excellence, and long-term value creation. This collaboration is especially meaningful in the context of Saudi Vision 2030. Just a few days ago, Princess Rima bin Bandar Al Saud, Saudi Arabia's ambassador to the United States, emphasized during the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, that human capital is the core driver of a competitive modern economy, and that the development of skills in young Saudis is a key to the success of Vision 2030. Today's forum is therefore both timely and highly relevant. Supply chains are becoming increasingly complex and continuously evolving. They are being reconfigured to respond to global disruptions, regulatory demands, and rising expectations for resilience and visibility. At the same time, the processes that support supply chains are enabled by technology that continues to advance at a rapid pace. In this environment, supply chain professionals face a clear challenge, not only to remain current, but to demonstrate that their knowledge meets global standards and that they are fluent in the common supply chain language used across regions and industries. Supply chain management is one of those disciplines that truly depends on the alignment of people, processes, and technology. While technology in the AI age is critical, and organizations are constantly reminded of the need to invest in digital tools, the most overlooked part of this equation is often the most advanced technology can fail to deliver value if the skills and knowledge of supply chain teams are not aligned with the systems and the processes they support. Many organizations do not need reminders to invest in technology, but sometimes they do need reminders to invest intentionally in their people, to develop their capabilities, expand their understanding, and prepare them to operate confidently in a global standards-driven environment. Around the world, we have seen supply chain teams achieve high performance ratings by enabling structured professional development through ISCEA training and certification programs. An ISCEA certificate validates that professionals are up to date, have mastered the body of knowledge at a level that meets industry expectations, and share a common understanding of supply chain concepts. It ensures that when professionals sit in the same room, whether within one organization or across borders, everyone is aligned, speaking the same language, and working toward the same objectives. This is where our partnership with GS1 brings everything together. GS1 standards provide the global foundation for identification, traceability, and interoperability. Industry best practices define how those standards are applied effectively. And ISCA certification programs ensure that the people responsible for executing them have the skills, knowledge, and confidence to do so consistently and sustainably. Together, these three elements form a powerful framework for supply chain excellence, one that directly supports Vision 2030's ambitions by strengthening healthcare systems, improving efficiency, and building local professional capabilities. My call to action today is simple but strategic. Champion supply chain talent development within your organization. Invest not only in systems and infrastructure, but in people who design, manage, and operate your supply chains. Encourage alignment around global standards, support continuous professional development, and recognize certification as a strategic enabler, not just a credential. By doing so, you're not only strengthening your own organizations, you're contributing to a more resilient healthcare ecosystem and to the long-term success of Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030. I would like to thank GS1 Saudi Arabia, the Federation of Saudi Chambers, the IMPA team, and all our partners for bringing together such a distinguished group of hospital executives and supply chain leaders. I wish you a productive and inspiring forum filled with meaningful dialogue, valuable insights, and strong professional connections. Thank you, and I look forward to continuing our collaboration to develop talent and opportunities in the kingdom for many years to come.
Great words from Mr. Morales. I would like to also emphasize on all the points that I mentioned also, and I concur with a lot of the facts. We hope to see him in the next forum here with us on live, as they say. And now for our next speaker, it takes me great honor and pleasure to introduce him to the stage, the CEO of GS1, Dr. Abdullah Al-Fahad.
Good afternoon. I'm really glad to be part of this session and this meeting. I really am happy that we have Dr. Amr Al-Nizi joining us this evening, Mr. Abdul Qadir, and all of the distinguished guests. Our presentation today will be about GS1 and its role with the digital health transformation. The presentation will be more friendly and more interaction. So I'll keep my note to remind me with some key points that I might miss. Today we'll discuss GS1 role in supporting digital transformation within healthcare sector, with a particular focus on GS1 Saudi Arabia contribution, collaboration, and impact on patient safety and regulatory compliance. Next slide. So this is our agenda. We'll provide some background about historical background about GS1 Saudi Arabia, and then we'll move to the role of GS1 in healthcare sector, including our collaboration and work with the Saudi FDA. And then we'll talk a little bit about the standard of identification of medical devices. And then we'll move to some statistics about healthcare companies that registered with us in GS1. and we'll conclude with how GS1 standard and service support patient safety. GS1 is a global organization that covers mostly the whole world. It's a neutral, non-for-profit organization that develops and maintains the most widely used global standards for efficient business communication. The GS1 spread we operate through more than 120 members organization all around the world, including Saudi Arabia, and serves more than 2 million member companies in 155 countries around the world, and more than 1 million products, GS1 products carry GS1 barcode. So it's really a global organization and global standard, and it represents the global language of business. GS1 Saudi Arabia has been around for more than 25 years, serving companies in all sectors in Saudi Arabia. It's the exclusive representative GS1 at the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Okay, great, thank you. Saudi Arabia was assigned barcode prefix 628. It's similar to the code of telecommunication that we have 966. Saudi Arabia assigned this prefix, which 628, which represent the country of Saudi Arabia. Basically, Saudi Arabia GS1, it's the national authority responsible for identification and data management of product, services, and location and assets in the kingdom. As part of a global network, GS1 Saudi Arabia aimed to improve efficiency, safety, and traceability across supply chain in various sectors, including the healthcare sector. Next slide. So this is the basic service that provided by GS1 Saudi Arabia. It's provide the product identification or identity. This is including the global trade item number. We call it GTIN. And we have also identification for the locations which serve the track and trace system. And also we have serial shipping container or logistic unit SSCC code. As a part of the service that our advanced services that are provided by GS1 is the tracking system, which allow 360 view for the products moving from the manufacturer until it reach the consumer. Also, we provide services called GDSN, which a global database that link all the manufacturer, retailers, warehouse across the supply chain and provide them with real-time update of the information. The GS1 system standards provide a unified framework for identification and capturing and sharing the data. Can you move to the next slide? Okay. So this is the beauty of the GS1, or the framework, or the theory of GS1. It basically has 3 lines. Creating identity for the products or any item in the supply chain, and then transferring the identity to method that can be read, can be machine readable through the barcode. And they have in the background global database that allow for interoperability of the information across the supply chain. So this is the framework. Basically, we have GLN, which the identity for location, whether it's a manufacturer or distributor or warehouse. And we have GTIN is for the products. And we have the SSCC for the logistic unit. And we have many other identification for all the transportation and logistic throughout the supply chain. And we capture this information and change it to a format that machine readable. And we have them in the background. We have global database allow flow of the information from the manufacturer until it reach the consumer. Okay, next slide, please. GS1 Saudi Arabia support Saudi FDA. Hopefully I'm in the right slide, yes. Actually, we are proud of our work with Saudi FDA. We have been working with them more than 10 years. And we are really proud of the work and the result coming of the work. And it's really case study that loaded in the global portal to other countries to learn from them. They have now 360 view or tracking for all the human medicine from the manufacturer until it reach the patient or consumer. So we basically provide them with unique identification for the medicine, and we provide them for the framework for traceability. And I think we have one of the guests from lean company that operate the system in Saudi FDA. Is there anybody from our guests? Okay. GTIN enable unique products identification, serialization, and end-to-end traceability. This help prevent counterfeiting, reduce medical error, improve recall efficiency, and support global interoperability. Can we move to the next slide, please? Okay. GLN barcode also from the standards or barcode that use for track and trace. Barcode provide unique identification for healthcare location, such as hospital, pharmacies, and warehouses. This reduce delivery error, improve logistic accuracy, and enable seamless integration with the hospitals and warehouse management system. GLN also supports secure data exchange and compliance with the global healthcare standard. Next slide, please. We have another standard for medical devices, which called UDI. GS1 standards support the unique devices identification system for medical devices by using GTN serial number, batch number, and expiration date. We enable full traceability throughout the healthcare ecosystem. This integration enhances patient safety, strengthen regulatory trust, and accelerate recall process when necessary. GS1 standard enable end-to-end traceability, allowing product to be tracked from manufacturer to the hospital or patient. Integration with the hospital information system and pharmacy system. Ensure real-time data update, including expiration date and devices status. Improve safety and efficiency. Unique identification and digital traceability significantly reduce risk of human medical error. This ensures the right products reach to the right patient at the right time. GS1 standard also ensure compliance with both local and international regulations and support secure data exchange among stakeholders. So basically from this picture, you can see how the standard can help in healthcare environment. So at any time, you will know the patient in which hospital, which devices or medical devices or assets used to treat this patient, the doctor who is, or the nurses or specialist who's handling the patient case, and even the instrument and medicine that giving to the patient, and the patient himself or herself can have identification number that provide you with 360 view of the treatment received by the patient. Next slide. So these statistics highlight the growth adoption of GS1 standard in Saudi Arabia healthcare sector. Currently, we have around 700 healthcare entities are registered with GS1 Saudi Arabia, including 39 hospitals registered in our system, and around 300 medical devices suppliers and pharmaceutical distributors. We have 340 healthcare products manufacturers. This growth reflects increased trust in GS1 standard to support digital healthcare transformation. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for your attention. So allow me for a brief summary of what we have covered. So GS1 Saudi Arabia remains committed to support healthcare transformation and patient safety and regulatory compliance, excellency through global standards and digital integration. And thank you once again for your attention. I'd be happy to take any question. There is any question or? Okay. Okay. Great. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abdullah, for that very productive and informative also as well presentation. As you can see, you said it all, so there was no need for question. All the answers were answered all the questions were answered by your presentation, where you spoke about the GS1 role for the digital healthcare transformation. And now our next session will be titled GS1 Healthcare Initiative, Digital Content Access, and the GS1 Google Native Scanning Partnership. Our speaker will be Ms. Sophie Mali, Director of Healthcare Strategic Partnership, GS1 Global Office, all the way from Brussels, Belgium. Unfortunately, she's not with us here today, but she is joining us remotely, so let's watch together. Thank you. Oh, she's live.
Hello, everybody. My name is Sophie, and I'm working at GS1 as the Director of Healthcare Strategic Partnerships. Super happy to be here with you, even virtually. I would have loved to be in Riyadh, in your sunny and beautiful city. I'm unfortunately in Brussels, in the less sunny and colder Brussels. But however, I prepared a presentation that I hope you find insightful and interesting. So my plan today is to tackle three topics, let's say. First, the GS1 standards in healthcare. Second, the uses of those standards in healthcare and how recommendation. And finally, how GS1 addresses new needs in the healthcare ecosystem in this digitalization of healthcare and how we are shaping the future together. So, if I'm talking about the GS1 standards in healthcare, and you certainly know what GS1 is, so very briefly, GS1 is a standard development organization, neutral, non-for-profit, user-driven, obviously, and governed based on the industry needs. I am sitting in Brussels at the headquarters, and we have an headquarters in Princeton as well. We're working as a federation with 120 member organizations. I like to call out GS1 Saudi Arabia, which is a host of this forum too. And in the global level, we do develop and maintain the standards that are basically meeting the needs of the industry. At the local level, my colleagues do implement them. The vision of GS1 Healthcare is simple, even if not an easy journey to reach. We are envisioning a future where there's a global harmonized implementation of the standards around those four pillars that you see here on the slide. First, patient safety. Second, supply chain efficiency and transparency. Three, traceability, obviously business, which is a business process, which is important in the healthcare ecosystem. And finally, the product data. What we would like is really that all the different stakeholders and processes can be enabled with the interoperability of these clinical systems in order to benefit the patients. GS1 Healthcare is a voluntary global user group that has been founded 20 years ago. We have celebrated our 20th anniversary last year, and we are gathering all the healthcare stakeholders together. Manufacturers, healthcare institutions, logistic providers, wholesalers, retailers, but most importantly, we have the patient at the center and the heart of what we do, and we do collaborate as well with the healthcare provider. That makes a huge difference with this group and the sectoral association. As I said, patient is really centric. Illustration of some companies that we are working with in pharma and in med device, wholesalers, logistic providers as well. Solution providers that are helping us to implement the standards in the field. Hospitals that have led the way in the implementation of the standards, and we hope that this slide can get more and more names. There are many, many, many more actors as well that are not on that slide and are supported by our local colleagues. We do work not on a standalone as a standard development organization, but basically we are collaborating with other SDOs ISO is one of those, SNOMED, HL7, we have been shared of the Joint Initiative Council. You see here a couple of international and professional organizations that we're working with. Some organizations that are not on that slide are the donor organization, Gates Foundation, World Bank, Global Fund that we are collaborating with, especially in the African continent. As I was saying, 120 member organizations are part of the federation, and we do have 40, so 40 active healthcare user group led by some of our colleagues, which are healthcare representatives and which are dealing with the industry on a daily basis, which are talking to the regulatory authorities as well, and who help us to get to the vision I precedently shared. This slide might be familiar. This is the global system of standards, the identification piece in blue, the capturing in pink, and the share in green. A couple of those. In the blue part, in the identification, we're talking more about the GTIN, the Global Trade Identification Number for product. We're talking about the GLN, the Global Location Number for basically places. We're talking about the SSCC, the Serial Shipping Container Code for pallets. And we're talking as well to help the patient. So here, one thing that we need to really remember is that identification enables the unicity, the unique identification of a product or person or the capturing in healthcare. We will talk basically around the GS1 data matrix. You see the GS1 QR code. You're certainly familiar with those as well. The QR code is more used in your daily life, and in retail, the GS1 data matrix is used for regulated healthcare products, and this is important to keep in mind. The share, the green, basically what is super important, again, in order to cope with the vision that I have precedently shared with you, we need a good share of the information to get to the optimal end-to-end supply chain. And here we're talking about GDSN, the Global Data Synchronization Network, when we talk about master data, or APCIS as well, when we talk about event. The use of this system is important too. Companies can combine those different standards in order to really streamline business processes. And an example, which is really important again in the healthcare ecosystem, is the traceability. When we're talking about the GS1 recommendation in the usage of those standards, talk about the complexity of the healthcare supply chain. So the medication error that can happen, the manual entries of so many things, the pen and paper that you could see in so many hospitals. Traceability is complex. The product recalls that can be difficult to manage as well, especially in the clinical sites, and counterfeiting, which remains really a main threat and a global threat. 1 million people die each year of counterfeiting products, counterfeiting drugs. The counterfeiters are very clever, very well organized. They are numerous, and this slide, the regulation is a must, and this is really the main driver to reduce or to combat at least this threat. So what has been done, let's say 15 years ago, a directive has been put together in Europe, the European Medicine Classified Medicine Directive, the FMD, around a global trend for medicine identification, which is the GS1 data matrix, including the 4 attributes that you can see here. So the global trade identification number, the GTIN, the batch number, the expiry date, and the serial number. This is a map that is illustrating where the countries are that are accepting the GS1 standards. You still see that yes, we have roughly 70, 75 countries that are accepting and that have a regulation in terms of pharmaceutical traceability. So this is great and this is huge. This needs to be maintained. And we still have a couple of those, especially this African continent that is moving, but is, sorry for that, is still, there's still a long journey ahead there. Talking about Africa, so I can provide you with the slides and many more information about what is happening lately in Africa. The traceability regulation have been put in place first in Ethiopia. There's one in Nigeria. There are many popping and cooking, let's say, regulations, and there's a momentum in Africa that we are really trying to help and to leverage there, so that this is not only an aspiration, but this is really existing, and we have put a lot of efforts there. The WHO is another recommendation of GS1, or where GS1 is included. Sorry, you see here this policy paper that has been published in 2021, including a set of guidance for the member states, and this is still used by the member states of the WHO, and the leveraging of the GS1 standards is still happening there. So a reference still there, which is leading me to the last part of my presentation in terms of addressing the new needs. You see here that yes, the world is changing. We need to cope with the digitalization of healthcare, and therefore at GS1 and with this GS1 healthcare community, we have put the brain together and the efforts together in this trusted, non-competitive and non-commercial, let's say, environment and forum that we are bringing to the community, thinking of how we could leverage this global trend to access online digital content. Basically, you know that, I mean, this is an aspiration that we have in the vision. So one product, one barcode, that each product should have one barcode only. There are many possibilities, and there are a center of information ecosystem for the digital identification, which is various. You can see here that you have the, for pharma product, you have the EPIL, the product information leaflet. For the medical device, you have the instruction for use. You have several material information. You have videos that should be in different language, that should entitled to some marketing information as well. So this is an important ecosystem. How could we, with one simple scan, get access to that, leveraging what is existing without putting an extra barcode in the product? That's basically the journey of the 2D journey in healthcare. So that what I was mentioning. What you see here is has happened in the early 20s, but it's still existing, and it's still existing in many healthcare providers' sites that you can visit, where you can find medicine with 2-3 different barcode, where ultimately the nurse does not know which one. Ultimately, she will not scan anything. Hence, the problem and the complexities and the different obstacles that I shared earlier in my presentation, where everything is manual and where nothing can be really relied on. You see, in 2005, I was saying GS1 Healthcare has been launched and different regulations have been put in place. Obviously, you need an harmonization in that regulatory challenges, but again, we tried basically to focus on this GS1 data matrix for the greater good, and not to reinvent the wheel, and not to develop proprietary solutions, but really to stick on what is existing. So that started in 2024, a campaign has been put together, which is here. You have the link on the Sky GS1 data matrix, a call out to Apple and Google to make them understand that it would be super helpful that there's a native camera application that is recognizing the data matrix. So basically that the camera application recognizes the GS1 element string syntax, which is already recognizing QR code, but which is not the case within the data matrix. Why is that? Because again, back to the map that I've shared earlier, there are countries that are developing requirements or requiring the use of data matrix for traceability. There are countries where the data matrix is required for traceability and can also be used to access online digital content, but there is no country today that requires the use of a QR code for identification and traceability purposes. So there's really, we felt that there was an urgency to, again, leverage the GS1 data matrix in order to give it to you, to your family, to any patient in the world, to get access to what is behind the digital content behind pharmaceutical product, just like you will find any other website when you just take out your mobile phone and scan a QR code in any sector or in any shop that you're going. Not an easy journey, let's say, but this was really our aim, and the first use case that we wanted to tackle was the e-leaflet, you know, the paper that you have in your pharmaceutical product, where you need to really find first your language, and second being able to read, and that can lead to, again, problems when you take yourself your products because you are struggling to get the relevant information. So this is what has happened with GS1, and I might just go back to this concepted pilot that we have put together with GS1 Healthcare. So take out your mobile phone, scanning a GS1 data matrix, going to a resolver that you see here, and that will redirect to any information that the company has provided, because obviously the company is still the owner of this information. So basically we have piloted a concept until late November last year, where Google and GS1 have been launched and published a press release where they have announced that they could, that Google has developed the technology in order to get access and to be able to natively scan the GS1 data matrix. Don't pick up your phone and try to scan any data matrix that you will find, because again, we're still in the proof of concept, transferring to the trial phase as we speak. We had a couple of manufacturers that have provided a couple of information so that we could really start the proof of concept. The trial phase will include more companies, then more information, and we hope that we can lead to a potential operational service in 2027. So more to come. Stay tuned. I'm not there with you today to answer the questions, but if you have some, just reach out. You have my email address. This is easy. I'll be really very to answer any question or to add any detail you might want. I'd like to thank you so much for having me. Those slides will be available and shared afterwards. And I'll be very happy if I can meet you in person in another city for another occasion. Thank you so much for having me, and have a great rest of your conference. Take care. Bye-bye.
We'd like to thank Ms. Sophie Mali also for that very productive, I would say, also presentation. Unfortunately, we had a small technical error which we apologize to the dear attendees, also an audience, for not being able to see that was supposed to be on the screen. But, you know, technology, right? We learn. And now going on to our next session titled Robot Health Supply Networks as a Getaway Towards National Drug Security. It takes me great pleasure and honor to welcome to the stage Dr. Amr Al-Anizi. He's the Dean, College of Pharmacy at King Saud University. Doctor.
السلام عليكم صباحكم الله بالخير جميعا. So excuse my voice, I'm catching some cold a little bit, so I'll do my level best to express my thoughts in this light presentation as much as I can. First off, I would like to thank the International Supply Chain Education Alliance for the kind invitation. Special, regards to Dr. Abdelkader Mustafa for inviting me to give a talk. I'm a pharmacist by training, and now I'm holding a role as a dean for the College of Pharmacy at King Saud University. I've worked in the industry. I had multiple roles for the value chain of the pharma industry. So I don't know my audience background, but I'll try my level best to address and try to express all the the points that I want to deliver to my kind audience as much as I can. So in my background, I'm a professor of pharma technology. That's my main, I would say, domain knowledge at King Saud University. I'm also a member of the National Committee here at the Federation for the Energy and Petrochemicals at the Federation of Saudi Chambers. I'm also now working as a dean for the College of Pharmacy. I used to work with consultancy firms. So I used to be the MD, Managing Director for what's called Kaipora. Kaipora, it's a global advisory firm based in New Jersey, but they have multiple offices. Basically, they work on emerging markets. Saudi Arabia is one of those emerging markets. Basically, our role to develop and address all the challenges when it comes to supply chain, market intelligence, business intelligence, all these kind of aspects. I also used to be the biotechnology consultant at Riyadh Valley Company. That's my area role. I worked for the Tabuk Pharmaceuticals. It's one of the leading local pharma companies. I used to be the vice president taking care of the supply chain, technical operations at their, that was 10 years back. I used to work for one of the, societies looking after the pharma industry. So that's basically my background, most of my career. So I have to put this disclaimer. I have no any conflict of interest in delivering or in relation to what I am going to present in my talk. So I was deeply thinking how I can deliver my thoughts. How can I, just give you all of the things I'm trying to address and to hopefully convince you by the end of my talk how, by having a robust supply chain networks, this can be a gateway, بوابة بالعربي, to the national drug security, الأمن الدوائي الوطني. So I thought I'm going to use COVID-19. It was global pandemic. I'm going to use this as an example for that. And I'm going to propose some solutions. I hope the pharma companies and most of the healthcare sector, whether it's hospital, polyclinics, distributors, can address or use those local solutions. And from there, I'll take you to the end of my talk, how this can be used and what we call it from a drug supply chain to a drug security networks. Because again, Saudi Arabia is one of the G20 countries, and we have to have a national drug security, just like the food security. We need to have the drug, because drug is even more important, because apparently we cannot plant medicines, but we can plant food. So that's why it comes on the top of the priority at the government or the center of the government, مركز الحكومة. So what is supply chain? I think maybe most of people know this one, but usually there are a lot of terms when it comes to supply chain. I'll just go quickly through this because I think there is no brainer. It's a series of organizations, activities that carry it out at the materials, also at the information and the financial. It's basically from the up side of the chain, mid-level, then downside of the chain. It's basically an art and science of the material flow, or from the point of origin to the point of consumption. So it's a total end-to-end supply chain handling or management. That's basically the supply chain. So this is an old slide. Despite that, it really illustrates the supply chain in the pharma industry, because I teach executive courses at the College of Pharmacy, and sometimes people tend to ask me why it's a chain. It's not a chain. It's a network. It's a complex. You have a lot of activities happening simultaneously, and not just moving from one level to another level. So basically, you have a planning or the sourcing. That's basically the upside of the chain. You have the manufacturing. You have then the delivery, or what we call it, the distribution chain. Then you have ultimately the buyers or the customer service. Because we have to keep in our minds that the ultimate goal of any supply chain is to satisfy your customer needs. That's basically the ultimate goal of any supply chain, to fulfill the needs of your clients or customers, whether it's a distributor, it's a patient, it's a physicians, polyclinics, you name it. So, and there are a lot of costs carried out with that. So, and I was talking with Dr. Mustafa a few minutes ago, during my consultancy work a few years back before Corona hits, most of the pharma companies look at the supply chain as a cost center, not a profit center. So the first step for the whole ecosystem to evolve, we need to change our mindset from thinking about the supply chain as a profit center, not a cost center. And I have a lot of examples I can share with anybody who might be interested in the networking break. So again, this is another important slide that illustrates the complexity of the system. So you have a lot of players when it comes to the drug itself. So we have a term, we call it techno-commercial. When I was at Tabuk Pharma, we used to have a meeting between the commercial people and the technical people, including the supply chain people. We call it control tower, Burj al-Muraqaba. Basically, we go offer the sales and marketing, we go offer the technicality of the products. It involves the R&D, the quality, the production. If you don't have such kind of mix, you cannot address the complexity of the ecosystem. So the drug, you have a regulator, Saudi FDA, you have a prescribers, you have the funders, you have the payers, you have also the wholesalers, you have the retailers. So you have to envision and address the complexity of the system. If you do not understand this and address it in a proper way in your working place, you cannot, fill the gaps that might encounter down the line in your workplace. So this is another important aspect to consider. When it comes to the, for the value chain of the pharma, why I'm bringing up this slide? Because this illustrates which kind of added value we are bringing to the customers. We as a supply chain specialist, as a pharmacist, as a provider, service providers, we are bringing a value to our clients. And the value could be either on the R&D aspect, could be in the manufacturing aspect. There are a lot of technical terms. I do want to go there because maybe some of them are related to the pharma or the pharmacist. So, but you have to keep in your mind that there are some supporting industries like the intellectual property, the CROs, the CMOs, CDMOs, a lot of terms. I don't want to go deep technically into them, but they are important. And this is the value chain of the whole pharma industry. And this is basically important for the investors, entrepreneurs to go about it, to think about it. You really need to think about the whole value chain of the industry in order to have a sense of the business in it. The API, again, maybe I will not, dig deep more, but since I am a part of the National Committee for Energy and Petrochemicals here at the Federation, we have a project where we can utilize what we call the key starting materials that are coming from SABIC, like the bioresins and other chemicals, how to add value on them and localize the API, which is the active pharmaceutical ingredient. That's the substrate for any pharma industry. Here, locally, we have only one manufacturing facility here near the King Khalid International Airport that produces APIs. But we need to go beyond this one in order to have or grasp the added value and improve the supply chain when it comes to the API value chain. So that's another deeper, insights when it comes to the value chain of the pharma industry. So just as an introductory statement, so we all hit by the COVID-19. So it's basically a global supply chain, disruption from raw material to finished products. It's a truly global value chain. And I'm very optimistic that most of now the governments all over the world are, focusing on the supply chain. So because of the pandemic, because the globalization, the trade, tracks, all of these were impacted heavily by the pandemic. China, it's the world's, factory. So if it's impacted, the global supply chain impacted. This is a reality. Nobody can escape from it. Nobody can ignore this one. China, it's the world's factory. So if there is any interruption in the supply chain, and the factors of China, the whole world impacted negatively. This is just some of the during the pandemic, few years back, what the pharma companies, the global supply chain, what were the attempts from the pharma industries they did in order to address. For me, especially, I'm from the field. We were witnessing some generic prices increased because of some issues. The investment in developing markets now increased. We were witnessing before or pre-COVID-19 era, there were no that much of investment. The M&As, the merger and acquisitions, I'm sadly saying this because I am in the field and I know we don't have any kind of a merger and acquisitions when it comes to the pharma industry. You need that kind of, activities in order to improve not just the supply chain, flow, to improve the investment, the workforce, the whole ecosystem will be carried out once you have more. Globally, especially in LATAM or Latin America, in Europe also, especially in the eastern part of Europe, there are a lot of merger and acquisitions. So usually the giant pharma companies acquire the small tech startups. They have a VC, venture capital investment also there. But here in the developing markets, Saudi Arabia is one of those developing markets, we don't have such kind of. So after COVID hit, we are witnessing now more and more thinking about those merger and acquisition. This is some of the blessing of the COVID-19, I would say, to improve the M&A's transactions. Some of the solution proposed, usually this focused on the manufacturing facilities, المصانع الأدوية. So which kind of tactics, I would say, that you have to use if you are, happen to be in any pharma company, which kind of activities you want to do. Usually most of them, focused on the visibility of your suppliers, the forecasting, the manufacturing and production planning. There are some techniques that you can do in order to improve if there were any natural disasters, pandemic, how to continue in your supply chain. You don't want to have any hiccups or interruptions in your chain. Also, some solutions, and this is one take-home message I would say. We always, when it comes to the drug supply chain, we have to focus on the three main parameters. We have to make sure that the drugs are available and the drugs are stable and there is accessibility. So there are three main terms here: availability, stability, accessibility. And they have to go in parallel or in tandem fashion. So if they are available, sometimes maybe they are not accessible, or sometimes if they are accessible but they are not stable. That means the supplies are not available in all the times under any circumstance or any choke points or any issues. So also there are cross-sector partnership. You have to partner with other let's say clients in your main region. You have to have a responsible purchasing department. You can do stockpiling initiatives. There is one American US-based company partnered with the US government. It's called Civica. They do stockpiling, which is a higher level, not just by maintaining the supplies of the medicines. They do stockpiling, and there is a way to do that. That's even a higher level. Shifting the work from just localization to the service, not just manufacturing, because always when it comes to the localization, phenomena in the pharma industry, people most of the time they think about the localization of the manufacturing itself. You can localize the service as well, and I will show you one example. I was, working with one company during my consultancy work. I was working with the company. I will show you the example of that. But this is the traditional supply chain on your left side and the digital supply networks. So this is basically now the new trend where we are moving. You have to invest in the softwares, in your routing system, the tracking system, distribution, forecasting, or the procurement function in your supply chain division or department in your own organization. You have to have a supply chain strategy also that is well aligned with the organization strategy. Most of the companies I had to encounter during my work with Kaipora a few years back, go and talk with the board, they don't have a supply chain strategy, or if they have a supply chain strategy, it works in a silo. It's not integrated really with the organization strategy. So this is again a red flag for any supply chain specialist when you see there is no strategy for the supply chain, especially if you are exporting, if you have different fulfillment or distribution, warehouses. In order to improve your inventory management, you need to take those into high consideration. So, just going back to the drug security, the comprehensive national security, اللي هو الأمن الوطني, underlined by different economic, food, health. Under the health, you have the drug or pharmaceutical security. Basically, as I mentioned earlier, you need to make sure that you have availability of sufficient drug stocks, and there's a way to do that by stockpiling and other initiatives. You have to make sure the stability of the drug supplies. That's encounters or implies you have to have a strong and robust distribution chain, fulfillment centers, and also possibility of obtaining them under various conditions. That's the stability element in it. So availability, accessibility, stability for the drug supplies. If you do not maintain those three parameters, you cannot have robust supply networks. So there is always influential factors, so that positively or negatively impact. Globally, there is a monopoly of global factories. There is financial barriers, speed of supply, stability. So you have to go through this pyramid from the bottom to the top in order to reach the drug security. So it's easier said than done, but it is, Brazil and Indonesia, they have really, became a role model when it comes to drug security. Now, here in Saudi Arabia, we are only locally manufacturing 30% of our local drug demand. So 30% فقط من احتياجنا الدوائي يصنع محليا. So the rest of it, 70% comes from importation. عن طريق that's really, put us in a very harsh conditions under any, let's say, embargo or sanctions or any natural disaster. Will be in a very big, troubles when it comes to that. So in order to maintain the national drug security, you have to go over all of these obstacles and try to de-bottleneck them until you reach that level. I will end my talk with a company I've worked with. It's called Biologics. Biologics, their success story entirely based on a robust supply chain. That's why I'm really happy to see this company, evolving, and their vision is very straightforward. They are basically localizing the services. They are bringing life-saving medicines, critical medicines to the hospitals and medical cities under, certain conditions. They are not focusing on the manufacturing because it takes a lot of overhead costs, a lot of investment. They are only localizing the services. And the only thing they have done by having what we call it Center of Excellence in Supply Chain. I will mention that. But their services, and they are now growing in the MENA region. They have market access, they have marketing, sales, supply chain, quality. So they have really mastered or took advantage of the supply chain in their vision. So as you can see there on the supply chain and quality, they have a cold chain management, they have a safeguard quality of supplies, they have a center of excellence in forecasting, inventory. Why I'm saying this? This is important because most of the warehouses here, they don't do wall-to-wall annual count. اللي هو الجرد السنوي. So wall-to-wall annual count is very critical because without this, you will be forecasting blindly. You will not be forecasting based on the actual demand, on the actual consumption, how much you are putting as a buffer, increasing the supplies. So Biologics is one of those regional pharma companies who have mastered the supply chain when it comes to forecasting and other aspects in it. I hope that I convinced you that by having that robust supply networks, you have direct security. Thank you. Would be glad to entertain any questions or on the panel session. Okay.
I would like to thank so much Dr. Ammar Al-Anazi for a sophisticated and also very transparent presentation as well too, which not only showed us our capabilities, but also the challenges that we need to address. I would definitely commend also all the great youth here, new generation, to ask questions of these great leaders here, the decision makers, which will help also in your future and career. Pick their brains. This is an opportunity. So, just for your information. And now for our next session, which is titled ISCA Certification Roadmap. It takes me great honor and pleasure to introduce Mr. Abdul Qadir Mustafa, ISCA Business Advisor and the CEO of ISCA Africa.
Yes, thank you very much, Walid, for this nice introduction. I will not take much time, actually. I will take about 10 minutes, not more than that, to explore the certification roadmap that we provided as International Supply Chain Education Alliance. So I will switch to Arabic, actually, because it seems to me that most of the audience here are Arabic speakers. So I will explain those certification programs in Arabic. أنا حشرح هذه الشهادات الاحترافية اللي عندنا إياها التابعة للإنترناشونال سبلاي تشين إديوكيشن ألاينس أو التحالف الدولي لتعليم سلسلة الإمداد. حشرحها باللغة العربية حتى إنه الأودينس can understand what kind of certification they can go for يعني. لأن كثير من الناس يكون عندهم إشكالية. I am in this position, I am in this company, I am in this industry. أي شهادة المفروض تتناسب معي من البورتفوليو اوف certifications من الشهادات اللي عندنا اياها كلها. Can you go to the next? Yes, I'll go direct to the topic. We have almost 15 professional certifications. عندنا حوالي 15 شهادة احترافية كلها حول السبلاي تشين. ومع تقدمة عالمية عندها هذا الكم الهائل من الشهادات الاحترافية وكلها حول السبلاي تشين سلاسل الإمداد. So if you see horizontally أفقيا بتشوف يعني where you are يعني هل أنت يعني خلصت الجامعة ولا أنت الآن تدرس في الجامعة ولا تخرجت من الجامعة او عندك او عندك، يعني عشان البنات ما يزعلن، عندك او عندك 5 أو 6 أو 7 أو 10 سنوات خبره في المجال. ف it depends على where you are، اين انت او انت من هذه المرحله. عندنا مجموعه او حقيبه كامله من شهادات احترافيه ممكن تتناسب على حسب القطاع اللي الاودينس يعمل فيه، سواء كان في قطاع الصحه، الهيلث كير، او اللوجستيات، او في مجال خلينا نقول الاستدامه او وات ايفر، او الاكسبليننج. الاشياء هذه كلها واحده واحده. So بتلاحظوا من at the beginning we have the first stage university student لما يكون الشخص ما زال يدرس في الجامعه ويحتاج ياخذ شهاده احترافيه still، يعني بامكان الشخص انه ياخذ شهاده احترافيه لسه قبل ما يخلص الجامعه. بعد الجراديويشن يعني من الجامعه، التخرج من الجامعه، في فيز اخر، مستوى الثاني، ممكن هذه الشهادات تصلح لهذه المرحله. والمرحله الاخيره لما الشخص يكون خلص الجامعه واشتغل 5 أو 10 سنين او حتى 15 سنه ستيل عنده شهادات ممكن تتناسب مع هذه المرحله. السبلاي تشين مانجمنت، الشهاده الاولى هذه السبلاي تشين مانجمنت، وي هاف CSCA اللي هي سيرتيفايد سبلاي تشين اناليست، يصلح للشخص اذا كان في مرحله الستودنت. ما بعرف I don't know I want to point I don't have a point here. CSCA Certified Supply Chain Analyst يصلح لهذه الحالة. أما إذا كان bachelor degree still CSCA يصلح لهذه الحالة، أو ممكن they can go for a CSCM Certified Supply Chain Manager اللي المستوى الأعلى بعد الأناليست، أوكي، أو الأناليست يعني. بالتأكيد إذا كان حتى عنده أكثر من 5 سنين أو 10 سنين still can go for CSCA and then go for CSCM كمستوى أعلى. لكن بإمكان الشخص يروح على طول للCSCM Certified Supply Chain Manager في هذه المرحلة. عندنا أيضا شهادات لها علاقة بالهيلث كير، مجال الصحة، وأعتقد أغلب الأودينس ريسبكتيف أودينس معنا هنا في القطاع الصحي، فبالتالي هذا الشهادات تصلح للناس في القطاع الصحي. أول شهادة إذا كان ستودنت في جامعة CSCA اللي هي Certified Supply Chain Analyst. أما إذا كان bachelor degree ممكن يروح للCSCA أو حتى CSCM Managerial Level. الشخص الإكسبيرينس ممكن يروح على CSCM directly يعني in that sense. في ناس يعملون في اللوجستيك فقط، يقول أنا ما لي علاقة بكل مراحل سلاسل الإمداد كلها، أنا متخصص في اللوجستيات بصفة أساسية. أيضا عندي شهادات خاصة بهذا الشيء. طبعا لا ننصح إنه يعني ما عندنا شهادة للشخص لما يكون طالب في مرحلة الجامعة، لأن هذه شهادة very complex صراحة اللوجستيك. لكن للجراديويتس ممكن they can go for CPLM Certified Professional in Logistics Management. أيضا the same certification ممكن يصلح للشخص اللي كان عنده experience 5 سنين أو أكثر يعني. الفوركاستنج ممكن الشخص يعمل فوركاستنج للديماند في الهيلث كير، ممكن يروحون على CSA still can do for that. أيضا can go for Certified Forecasting Demand Professional CFDP. The same can be للشخص يكون عنده خبرة 5 سنين أو 10 سنين لاحقا. آخر حاجة في هذه القائمة عند المخزون، والمخزون واحدة من المجالات المهمة جدا للناس اللي يعملون في كل القطاعات وخاصة القطاع الصحي الهيلث كير بالذات. ممكن يروحون للCSCA can do، أو ممكن يروحوا أيضا لCDDP Certified Demand Driven Planner. Okay, the same can be also if graduate or have more than 5 to 10 years experience in that sense. The second batch of certifications we have Lean Six Sigma، وهذا يصلح للناس اللي يكون يهتمون بالبروسيسز وتحسين أداء البروسيسز وتقليل الأخطاء في البروسيسز والريجكشنز في البروسيسز. ممكن يروحون ل Six Sigma. We have كل البورتفوليو of Sigma certification belts أو الجرين belts أو شنو البلاك بيلت. هذه المستويات بالتوزيع اللي تشوفوها في البداية. التكنولوجي الآن we are in the era of technology. الآن إحنا في عصر التكنولوجيا والذكاء الصناعي والبلوك تشين والإنترنت اوف ثينجز والديجيتال توين والإنترنت، وكل هذه التكنولوجيات يعني أحدثت نقلة نوعية كبيرة جدا في القطاعات المختلفة، والقطاع الصحي ليس استثناء من هذه القطاعات. وبالتالي الآن عندنا شهادة الآن يعني ريليست اللي هو Certified Blockchain Supply Chain Professional اللي هي بعد الجراديويشن. وايضا we have Certified Supply Chain Technology Professional، وهذه شهاده recently announced for the purpose يعني للناس اللي يكون من الباك جراوند IT او نظم المعلومات، تكنولوجيا المعلومات والبيج داتا وهذه الاشياء، يروحون لهذه الشهاده بنكهه فيها كل التكنولوجيات تتخيلوها فيها موجوده. sourcing and procurement، في اتوقع كم هائل من الاودينس respective audience يعملون في قطاع المشتريات والسورسنج، فهذه الشهادات لها علاقه بالناس اللي يعملون في قطاع المشتريات والسورسنج. البروكيورمنت عندنا certified procurement supply professional، هذا يصلح الناس في هذا المجال سواء كان graduates او عنده خبره 5 أو 10 سنين الى الامام. الكاستمر ريليشن شيب مانجمنت، في ناس لهم علاقه بالعملاء، علاقه العملاء، اداره علاقات العملاء، فممكن ياخذوا الشهاده المتعلقه بالسيرتيفايد كاستمر ريليشن شيب مانجمنت، يصلح للجرادويتس ما يصلح للستودنت في المرحله الجامعيه. الاستدامه اصبح في غايه الاهميه الان، السستينابيلتي انا اعتقد، وانا اعتقد متابعين المملكه العربيه السعوديه، هذه البلاد ربنا يحفظها ويحفظ اهلها والقياده، وانتم مهتمين اهتمام كبير جدا بالاستدامه. اوكي، فمن له اهتمام بالاستدامه فهذه الشهادات اللي هي سيرتيفايد سستينبل سبلاي تشين بروفيشنال ممكن يصلح للشخص في هذا المجال بصفه عامه. هذه البورتفوليو اوف سيرتيفيكيتس، يعني حاولت انه امشي على سياحه سريعه، جست فكره بسيطه لها، لكن we are here يعني to answer any questions that you have it, not now because the time for prayer now، وقت الصلاه بعد شويه. فعملنا كميه من الشهادات يعني على مستوى العالم. We are available everywhere in any country and any continent, and especially Saudi Arabia here. Our vision is to provide the total supply chain knowledge to manufacturing and the service industry as well, like the healthcare industry, education, certification and recognition in that sense. This is sample of certification that we have done before في اتحاد الغرف التجارية السعودية بالتنسيق مع GS1. زي ما قلنا احنا علاقتنا استراتيجية مع GS1 في أكثر من 10 أو 12 سنة في هذا المجال. هذه من الشهادات اللي عملت أو الورش عملت في اتحاد الغرف التجارية السعودية من قبل يعني. وهذه outside okay في we can do it also. We did many certifications before هذه في الاتحاد وغيرها شهادات كلها قديمة عملناها في ورش. يعني we have trained more than 1200 شخص يعني في المملكة العربية السعودية حصلوا على الشهادات الاحترافية اللي عرضتها قبل شوية. شكرا جزيلا لك. I don't want to take much time. I think the time is squeezing us very much. Walid, yes, thank you very much for that. Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mustafa, for that, for also showcasing what ISCA also certificate can bring all different levels, whether it was from students all the way up to expertise. اسمحوا لي اتكلم عربي او اسمحوا لي اتكلم عربي بعد اذنكم. ناخذ فتره بسيطه لاداء الصلاه وايضا للنتوركينج، نص ساعه ان شاء الله، 30 minutes، ثلث ساعه، 20 minutes يعني. يلا نصلي قهوه عين الله خير وتعالوا على طول عاد. زين، 20 minutes and then we'll see you. شكرا لكم. Check. Check testing. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. I would like to welcome you all back to the forum. Hope you prayed also and enjoyed the coffee and was able to network as much as possible. We will continue now with our sessions and our presentations that will be given by the speakers, and then shortly we'll be having a panel discussion. And now it takes me a great pleasure and honor to introduce and welcome to the stage Mr. Khalil Softa. He's a medical lab manager, National Unified Procurement Company, NIPCO, of course, and also the topic will be digital transformation, medical procurement and supply chain.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. حياكم الله جميعا. I would like to thank the ISCEA with special thanks صراحة Mr. Abdul Qadir for inviting me this really nice event and a lot of fruitful information that we can inshallah learn from and getting know each other inshallah. So I have to be quick because I only have 20 minutes or less than 20 minutes. So inshallah, okay, so this slide is about who is Khalil. I have a clinical background, master's in laboratory. So I'm a practitionist for 15 years. I have been working in military hospital, Prince Sultan, as you know, most of the Saudis know, for 15 years. Working under machines, night shift, late shifts, supplies, and also I have graduated from King Saud University, master's degree in the clinical laboratory. When the pandemic comes, I shifted my career. The pandemic comes, I shifted my career to procurement and supply chain with NIPCO. NIPCO has given me a lot of education, continuous education programs. One of the most important thing is the SCAA with Mr. Abdul Qadir. I was one of his students, actually. So in 6 years, the last 6 years, I have been exposed nationally how to procure medical products, especially in the laboratory field or in the laboratory supplies. So this is my bio slide. I will not speak that much. Okay, the content of my lecture is we're going to have some objectives, some of the expected outcomes. We're going to have introduction. I think you heard about NIPCO, but you need to know what NIPCO is doing. What is the role of NIPCO in the digital transformation? And also, we're going to have a small case study, 10 minutes, about the digital transformation in medical laboratory procurement and the strategies, how to buy a product or a service for the medical lab. And what are the challenges and the best procurement practice to use while you are in the hospital or in the laboratory. So these are the objectives. First of thing, you have to know that you have to understand the evolving business model and strategic shift of NIPCO. We used to buy products, tangible products, but now we shifted to buy intangible products as well, like services. So this is a huge strategic move. We want to see the value of our procuring products and affect the patients. So this is the strategy that NIPCO is started to do it, inshallah, this the last from 2024 and go on. So we're gonna learn the best in-class procurement strategies for medical laboratories, identify common challenges in lab supply chain management and ways to overcome that, explore the role of digital transformation in improving efficiency and resilience. The expected outcomes after, inshallah, the next 15 minutes, clear understanding of NIPCO role and scope in national healthcare transformation, practical insights into proven laboratory procurement strategies and tools, awareness of new business models and value-added services in lab procurement, understanding how digital technologies enable better cost, control, and availability. So this is the introduction about NIPCO. NIPCO have been established in 2008 and operated at 2009 with the pharmaceutical products only. Around 2017, from the Royal Court مجلس الوزراء صدر قرار إنه نبكو تكون unmatched healthcare supply chain on behalf of health sectors, governmental health sectors. فمن عام 2017 إلى اللحظة هذه we are unifiers. We are unifying the procurement, unifying the supply chain, designing the supply chain. We are doing public tenders inside منصة الاعتماد كexception للprocurement للmedical supplies and pharmaceutical supplies. So NIPCO is a PIF, one of the PIF subsidiary companies. نحن owned by the صندوق الاستثمار 100%. نحن provide unified procurement مش بس procurement أو منافسات، لا نحن نعمل مشتريات وسلاسل الإمداد كاملة. Logistics, we have warehouses. We are like a GBO model, group of purchasing organization, hybrid with distributor as well. So نحن ما احنا GBO يعني تقليدي، لا نحن أيضا distributor في المملكة العربية السعودية. نحن كأننا إدارة عقود في المستشفيات الحكومية. هذه نبكو باختصار. طبعا عندنا بزنس موديل. طبعا نحن عملائنا في المستشفيات اللي هو اكبر عملائنا الMOH، الMOI، Ministry of Interior، Ministry of Defense، وزارة الدفاع، والuniversity hospitals as well، والspecialized healthcare facilities زي كينج فيصل وزي بعض المستشفيات الحكومية. طبعا عندنا clear strategy بدأناها انه to provide our business solutions and our services to the private health sectors as well. Business model زي ما قلت لكم نحن عندنا من 2024 we shifted from a regular GBO to a hybrid solution. We provide distribution, we provide logistics services as well. So this is our vision and mission. Read it carefully because we have updated this 2 years ago after the digital transformation coming, the technology emerging in the world. So the vision is for healthier society, delivering the right products, services, and solutions at the right place and the right time. The mission, by providing customer-centric, innovative, reliable healthcare, supply chain solutions through cutting-edge technology, data-driven insights, and operational excellence to enhance this and secure healthcare quality, affordability, accessibility, and to contribute to economic growth. هذه updated mission. لو تلاحظوا أغلب الميشن فيها تكنولوجي data driven emerging، فهذه موجودة عندنا في نبكو ونعتمد عليها كأساس للتطور في عملية الشراء الموحد وأيضا في سلاسل الإمداد. I'm trying to speak in English and Arabic لأنه معظم الناس Arabic فأحاول. طيب هذه أرقام فقط بس مهمة وتبين حجم العمل اللي نعمله نحن في نبكو كشراء موحد على مستوى. عندنا 11 warehouses، مستودع رئيسي موزعة في المملكة العربية السعودية. كل مستودع يغذي المنطقة بكاملها. أكيد شفتوا سيارات نبكو وهي تمشي في الشوارع. تطلع من هذه المستودعات. عندنا 1200 موظف فول تايم منتشر في المملكة العربية السعودية. نحن اشترينا في 2024 كرقم، طبعا أكيد 25 أكثر، اشترينا تقريبا أكثر من 20 مليار ريال سعودي ميديكال برودكتس. وأيضا لدينا الآن منتجات جاهزة للشراء ومنتهية منافساتها ومعروضة للشراء وجاهزة للتعاقد من المستشفيات الحكومية. 74 ألف برودكت جاهزة الآن ومعروض أيضا في السوق الإلكتروني اللي حتكلم فيه بعد شوي. We are unmatched، يعني ما في شركة أخرى تنافسنا في القطاع سلاسل الإمداد الصحي. أكثر من 90% من ميزانيات الدول، 90% من ميزانيات القطاعات الصحية الحكومية تصرف من خلال نبكو، يعني تمر على نبكو. 97% من البوبوليشن أبعد نقطة لتوريدها أقل من 6 ساعات. عندنا طبعا 100% product traceability. هذا الكور بزنس تبع نبكو. حاجتين عندنا: شراء موحد واللوجيستكس. هذا الكور بزنس تبع نبكو. النبكو ديجيتال سولوشن عندنا الماركت بليس. اتس ا بلاتفورم، بورتفوليو بلاتفورم تشبه الامازون، يعني تدخل فيها زي السله تشتري اي منتج، دواء، ميديكال سبلاي، سيرجيكال سبلاي، whatever. مستشفى الحكومي يدخل يستخدم ميزانيته، سواء ميزانيه شراء مباشر ولا اي ميزانيه سنويه، ويدخل على الماركت بليس فور شورت تيرم يشتري هذه البرودكتس، او يطلب من نبكو تعاقد لمده سنه، سنتين، او 3 سنين اذا كان سيرفيسز واذا كان فاليو بيس. عندنا وصفتي، كلكم سمعتوا عن وصفتي. جزء كبير من نبكو it's a business solution based on the prescription. تصرف الدواء عن طريق الوصفة الطبية، وتقدر تأخذها من أي صيدلية متعاقدة معها أو متفقين معها في نبكو، من أي صيدلية خاص، تسهل على المريض أنه يحصل على الدواء من أي نقطة أو من أي صيدلية منتشرة في المملكة. هذه بعض الحلول البزنس سولوشن اللي تقدمها نبكو حاليا الآن. طبعا احنا عندنا خدمه موصول، المانجينج ان هاوس فارماسيز، يعني نوصل الدواء للبيت. عندنا خدمه يسر، نوصل المنتجات الطبيه الى القسم داخل المستشفى. عندنا خدمه وصفتي كلكم عارفينها. عندنا ايضا النبكو ماركت بليس اللي شرحتها الان قبل شوي. وعندنا ايضا لوجيستيك سيرفيسز، نقدر نحن بالتعاون مع القطاع الخاص ايضا انك you can use our logistic services. اذا كنت انت supplier، اذا كنت انت مستشفى، you can use our warehouses, you can use our logistics, you can use our trucks to deliver the medical products. So هذه الخدمات it is innovative، ما كانت كذا قبل 4-5 سنوات او قبل البانديميك. الان هي متاحه وموجوده من 2024 and onwards. هذه انتشار الوير هاوسز. احنا عندنا 11 وير هاوسز، وبعد استراتيجيه نبكو الى 15 وير هاوسز. لاحظوا الوير هاوسز اغلبها اللي بالاحمر هي رينتال، والاورنج هي owned by نبكو. we have تقريبا 390,000، اكثر من 390,000 طبليه. هذه بس نمبرز تبين لك حجم السلاسل الامداد واللوجيستكس اللي نحن نقوم بها في نبكو. طبعا عندنا IT solutions، different IT solutions. ايش اللي نستخدمه في نبكو؟ نحن نستخدم customized in-house platforms زي نبكو والماركت بليس ووصفتي. وعندنا ايضا بعض البلاتفورمز الجلوبال المعروفه اللي نستخدمها وديبلويد ات نبكو، زي الساب، كلكم عارفين الساب. وعندنا بلو يندر تبع الوير هاوس مانجمنت، والهايبرس والالتيمس والايرس والاوراكل اللي موجوده في بعض المستشفيات الحكوميه المعروفه. فهذه كلها انتجريتد مع اور بلاتفورم في نبكو والماركت بليس ووصفتي ايضا. طيب introduce new services. الان زي ما قلت لكم نبكو تحولت من الشراء التقليدي الى شراء performance outcomes أو value outcomes. فنحن عندنا الآن نشتري services زي خدمات غسيل الكلى، زي مثلا خدمة عن طريق الفحص، خدمة عن طريق diabetic center per visit patient visit، فكلها outcomes تشملها جميع البرودكتس اللي تقدم لخدمة هذا المريض مع KPIs محددة، مع payment terms and condition محددة، مع contract محدد ومعين. فنحن هدفنا إن to move on to see the added value services, to monitor, to evaluate، مش بس نشتري البرودكت ونخزن ونورد، لا نبي نشوف أثرها على المجتمع، نشوف أثرها على البوبيليشن، على الريجن. فهذه جدا مهمة. عشان أعمل كذا I have standard drop shipment contracts, I have supplies, I have been doing the supplies in regular basis. I have also history from hospitals اللي اشتغلت سابقة. فالآن أنا عندي big data، أحتاج للتكنولوجي هذه عشان تساعدني أتطور في عملية الشراء الموحد، يعني اشتري فعلا الفاليو وليس تقليدي أو للمنتج كمنتج فقط. يعني طبعا أنا I'm trying to go fast. هذا case study خاص فقط بالميديكال لاب procurement. انتم عارفين الكيس كونتكست اللي هو centralized national procurement of laboratory reagents and supplies. احنا قاعدين نشتري كتات مثلا البي سي ار، فيتامين دي، كشراء موحد بسعر موحد بين كل المستشفيات الحكوميه. فعشان نحن طبعا كثير multiple analyzer, test menus, consumption patterns, risk of stock، هذه نحتاجها كشراء وكتنظيم للشراء. areas of digital intervention حيكون aggregated consumption data across hospitals, shift from historical ordering demand driven forecasting, automated replenishment rules, supplier performance dashboard analytics. نحن عندنا برج الآن مراقبة tower control بيعطينا فين التوزيعات بتروح وكم الاستهلاك اللي يسحب من هذه المنتجات. فهذه حتساعدنا كثير جدا to forecast to do the demand. زي محاضرة الدكتور، يعني مهم جدا يكون عندك demand forecasting ويكون عندك جرد سنوي أيضا تساعدك على الفوركاستنج والordering products and planning, not only for the products, the tangible products, also for the intangible products or services. The result, you're going to have improved reagent availability, you're going to reduce the wastage and expiry, lowering emergency sources, better budget predictability, with stronger supplier negotiation based on data, not volume alone. What are the strategies of procuring the services and the product in the lab? إيش هي استراتيجيات الشراء اللي أنا كلاب دايركتور أو كلاب responsibility كيف أشتري السيرفيس run the service في المختبرات الطبية في المستشفيات؟ نحن عندنا lab equipment و supplies. We can do agreement، أشتري منك supplies تعطيني لمدة معينة تعطيني فيها أجهزة مجانا. I can do reagent rental deals، يعني أستأجر منك أجهزة مقابل شراء محاليل. أعمل اتفاقية إطارية because I don't know the exact demand، فأعمل اتفاقية إطارية حد أعلى حد أدنى في الاستهلاك واتفق فيها مع الموردين وأقول له على حسب الاستهلاك في المستشفيات، على حسب المواسم. ففي موديلز واستراتيجيات كثيرة للشراء تقلل من الهدر، وهذا اللي نحن ماشيين عليه with the help of digital solutions, numbers, data, Internet of Things, blockchains. كل هذه المعلومات تعطيني أنا كليدر أو كمانجر للمكان هذا decision، أقدر أقرر إيش الاستراتيجية اللي تناسب هذا المكان في الشراء. عندنا لاب سيرفيسز زي الجي بي بي ار اللي هو الجارانتيد برايس بير ريبورتبل ريزلت، يعني أنا ما بدفع كت ولا بشتري جهاز، بشتري نتيجة. شفتوا النتيجة اللي تطلع لكم في التطبيق في المستشفيات الخاصة؟ هذه النتيجة لها سعر محدد، هذا السعر يشمل كل الخدمات والتدريب والأجهزة والسكوب اوف سيرفيس حق المختبر كامل، وتطبع كشهادة إنجاز إني أنا أنجزت النتيجة المؤكدة هذه، وهذه لها سعر. فهي هذا أكبر موديل لللاب، إنه performance. أنا قاعد أدفع لي performance value result، نتيجة، وليس كت. أنا ما أشتري كت ولا لا، أشتري نتيجة outcomes. عندنا أيضا السند اوت لابوراتوري تيستينج. كثير مستشفيات، ما في مستشفى ما ترسل إلا وترسل عيناتها برا تتعمل فحوصات نادرة، فحوصات جينية، ترسلها برا المملكة، ترسلها لمختبرات داخل المملكة. فهذه لها أيضا outcome. أنا أحتاج السند اوت لاب تيستينج. نبكو دخلت مع شركة لين to try supplies، بس ما سمعنا بنقل عينات. دخلت في هذا الموضوع، ودخلت في هذا الموضوع ديجيتال سولوشن، حطت بلاتفورم معين عن طريق مشكورين شركة لين. على فكرة ترى شركة كانوا بالنبكو، يعني كانوا من نبكو والآن صاروا لون انتيتي، والآن هم شغالين بالتعاون معنا to track the samples من البرايمري هيلث كير، ناخذها it's a collection site of specimen، ناخذها ونوديها المستشفيات واللابوراتوريز اللي هي السنترلايزد او المرجعيه في المنطقه هذه. يعني ناخذ عينات المرضى، طبعا اكيد في لها بروتوكول معين لنقل العينات البيولوجيه، وناخذها من البرايمري هيلث كير للمستشفيات. هذه يسموها سيرفيس، هذه سيرفيس. الرحله الواحده عليها سعر، الرحله تشمل عدد عينات، تشمل سيارات، تشمل سكجول معين، فيها KPIs وتفاصيل كثيره يعني. وعندنا ايضا البايلوت انيشيتيفز للميديكال اكويبمنت، الميديكال ايميجينج، الاشعه، معامل الاسنان، كلها هذه صعب انك تشتري برودكت باي برودكت. لا، احنا نبغى نشتري السيرفيس، زياره تركيب الاسنان، زياره كشف عن اشعه الترا ساوند. فهذه كلها تشملها كل الاجهزه وتدريب الموظفين والكي بي ايز ومراقبه الجوده والاداء. ديجيتال ترانسفورميشن ما راح يصير هذا كله السيرفيسز والبايند ذا اوتكمز بدون الديجيتال، لانه فعلا it enables optimization of each strategy based on real demand data. I will not go through on this. This one is the 5 strategies في اللاب. اول 3 هي السبلايز، اخر 2 هي السيرفيسز. تفاصيلها كثير، لكن اهم حاجه انه ما في استراتيجيه واحده تقدر تعتمد عليها في اللاب. It depends on the demand, it depends on the capability of applying the digital solution, it depends on the IT solutions that you have in the facility, it depends also on the budget. Best procurement practices and challenges. طبعا في كثير عندنا challenges. دائما يسالوني يا خليل ايش اشتري نبكو، كيف طريقه الشراء، اشتري شراء مباشر ولا اشتري عقد 3 سنوات ولا. فكثير الاسئله بتجي. انت اجلس اسال نفسك هذا السؤال: What are the best practices to purchase? Which procurement strategy to use? Selecting the right procurement strategy based on lab scope and test menu. احيانا ما يكون عندك demand عالي فما تحتاج تاخذ long term، احيانا يكون عندك product repetitive فتحتاجها على long term. برضو ايضا نحن عندنا localization جدا مهم. فنحن نبكو جهه تنفيذيه، نحن ما احنا جهه تشريعيه. We are executors. نحن كثيرا عندنا جهات stakeholders تعطينا regulations، منها local content، منها SFDA لتسجيل المنتجات، منها أيضا وزارة الاستثمار لاعتماد الموردين والglobal suppliers. فنحن عادة نجمع هذه كلها في وعاء واحد ونحاول قد ما نقدر نطبق الاستراتيجية حقت بلدنا والرؤية إننا نحاول نحقق أفضل تحقيق كفاءة ممكنة في الإنفاق وأيضا في الشراء الموحد، وما نهمل الكواليتي. ولذلك أخذوني أنا المستشفى العسكري، ما نبى نهمل الكواليتي أبدا. طبعا أكيد في بعض الهوسبيتالز they are lacking of IT solutions، يعني باقي يعني يحتاجوا ال LIS وال HMS. الكي تشالنجز ايش هي اهم التحديات اللي ما نقول تعيق، بس فعلا يبغى لنا ندرس كيف نتجاوز هذه التحديات. بلاننج، تخطيط، مهم جدا التخطيط. إذا ما كان عندك proper planning you will disrupt your supply chain صراحة. ثاني حاجة عندنا technical specification and catalog coding. الترميز جدا مهم. اليوم سمعنا محاضرة عن الترميز جدا مهم، الكودينج جدا مهم، حتى السيرفيسز لها كودز. فجدا مهم اننا نحاول to categorize the products, categorize, doing cascades, unifying this request that comes from the hospitals which benefits the patients. ثالث حاجة أيضاً tender preparation evaluation. Some tenders, public tenders تأخذ وقت طويل أحياناً، فتجاوب الميزانيات، الوقت والكذا، هذه كلها تحديات ما تقدر أنت توحد كل المستشفيات. we are unifying as much as we can يعني في موضوع هذا. بس أهم حاجة إننا ما نشتري لكل مستشفى الحال، لأنه فيها فعلاً هدر. أنا كل ما جمعت بلك يجيني سعر جداً قليل، ويجيني موردين من كل أنحاء العالم، يعني varieties. رابع حاجة في التشالنجز اللي هو الكونتراكت مانجد كومبلكسيتي، لأنه كل قطاع أو كل وزارة لها آليتها المعينة أو لها بروتوكولها المعين. فالحمد لله نحن قطعنا شوط كبير مع وزارة الصحة، وزارة الدفاع، وزارة الداخلية في طريقة لتوحيد الكونتراكت، فصرنا نحن نقوم بالعقد بالنيابة عنهم الآن. فصرنا نحن لنوقع العقود بالنيابة عن القطاعات الحكومية الرئيسية، وعقبال إن شاء الله بقية القطاعات. أيضاً اللوجيستكس والوير هاوسز. زمان نبكو لما بدأت كانت تستخدم المستودعات اللي في المستشفيات خصوصاً الصحة، لكن حالياً لا، it's owned by نبكو. وزارة الصحة كل مستودعات وزارة الصحة نقلت عهدتها إلى نبكو. التشينج مانجمنت والداتا كواليتي في بداية نبكو we were struggling صراحة، لأنه ما كان في good information و good data، وتعبتنا كثير. but now عدينا التشالنجز هذه، صرنا نحن عندنا recent history and solid history to build up our plans and to shift from standard procurement to services and outcome procurements. These are takeaways. This is my last slide. Digital transformation is essential. زي ما قلت في laboratory supply chain and all medical products as well, not only laboratory. Centralized procurement requires analytics, not spreadsheets. Data visibility creates more value than price negotiation alone. NUPCO scale amplifies the impact of digital enabled. The future of lab procurement is predictive, integrated, data-driven. شكراً.
Thank you so much, Mr. Khalil, for that sophisticated presentation that we've all, I'm sure, will be benefiting from. And now it takes me great pleasure also to introduce and welcome to the stage Engineer Abdulrahman Al-Hakmi, Director of Development and Integration Administration at King Saud Medical City, speaking about operational excellence in healthcare system via optimization. Welcome.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أسعد الله. حديثنا اليوم بعنوان تحقيق التمييز التشغيلي في النظم الصحية عبر الاستغلال الأمثل لسلاسل الإمداد في إطار نظري وتطبيقي إن شاء الله. في هذا العرض سأتحدث عن بيان المشكلة والفجوة البحثية والمعضلة الاقتصادية بالأرقام، وأثر سلسلة الإمداد على سلامة المرضى وجودة الرعاية، نماذج ومنهجيات عملية لتحسين سلاسل الإمداد، دور التقنية والاستدامة على دعم المنظومة الصحية. بعد ما عرفنا إطار العرض، خلونا نبدأ من أصل المشكلة الاقتصادية والتنظيمية. سلسلة الإمداد ثاني أكبر بند تكلفة بعد الرواتب، وقد تصل إلى 35% من الميزانية التشغيلية. على سبيل المثال، لو ميزانية مستشفى 1 مليار ريال سنوياً، 35% أي 350 مليون ريال لسلسلة الإمداد من لوازم طبية وأدوية وأجهزة طبية. تحسين بسيط بنسبة 5% فقط يعني وفرنا ما يقارب 17.5 مليون ريال سنوياً. هذا الوفر ينعكس مباشرة على توفر الأدوية وتقليل التعثرات في العمليات والطوارئ. لكن السؤال هنا، هل هذا الإنفاق الضخم مرتبط فعلا بنتائج العلاج؟ تقريبا من واقع تجربة في المستشفيات هناك فجوة واضحة بين بيانات سلسلة الإمداد. نشتري منتجات بدون ربط قرار الشراء بنتائج العلاج. على سبيل المثال، نختار نوع قسطرة لأنه الأكثر استخداماً، لكن بدون ما نعرف هل فعلاً قلل العدوى أو حسن النتائج. وهذا يقودنا إلى فرضية مهمة في هذا العرض. فرضية العرض: تحسين سلسلة الإمداد ليس كفاءة مالية فقط، بل عامل مستقل يرفع سلامة المرضى وجودة الرعاية. تقريبا توفر مستلزم بسيط في الوقت الصحيح قد يمنع تأخير إجراء أو استخدام بديل أقل جودة. ولفهم كيف نحقق ذلك علميا نحتاج إطار واضح للتميز التشغيلي. نموذج شينجو: التميز التشغيلي ليس مشروع مؤقت بل مستمرة، يركز والسحب حسب الاحتياج الحقيقي. فور اكزامبل، إذا الممرضة تبحث عن مستلزم، هذا يعتبر كسر للتدفق. وإذا المستلزم يصل تلقائيا حسب الاستهلاك يعتبر تميز تشغيلي. لكن التميز التشغيلي لازم يخدم المريض والمجتمع معا. الهدف الثلاثي نظرية الموارد هي باختصار تحسين تجربة المريض، تحسين صحة المجتمع، خفض تكلفة الفرد. شراء الأرخص قد يؤدي لاحقاً لتكلفة أعلى بسبب أعطال أو عدوى أو إعادة تنويم، وهنا تبدأ تعقيدات سلسلة الإمداد الصحية بالظهور. نقص بسيط في صنف معين يؤدي إلى طلبات احتياطية، ثم تكدس، ثم مواد منتهية، ثم هدر مالي. نفرق بين تباين مصطنع بسبب سوء الإدارة، تباين طبيعي بسبب الطوارئ. الحل هنا يتطلب تغيير طريقة الشراء نفسها. ننتقل من التفكير في سعر الوحدة إلى التفكير في الملكية. على سبيل المثال، قفازات أرخص لكن استهلاك أعلى، أجهزة أرخص لكن صيانة وقطع غيار أكثر. كذلك ليس من منطقي وجود 12 نوع سرنج لنفس الاستخدام، لكن تغيير طريقة الشراء وحده لا يكفي بدون تحسين العمليات. وأنا متأكد يعني إذا دخلنا أي مستشفى من مستشفيات الجنرال هوسبيتال في المناطق الطرفية بتلاقي فيها أنواع كثيرة من السرنجات أو من المضخات الوريدية، وهذا لا يخدم سلاسل الإمداد وكفاءتها. منهجية لين 6 سيجما تعني حل المشكلة من جذورها. بدل زيادة الطلب نسأل لماذا حصل النقص. كانبان المخزون يسحب تلقائيا حسب الاستهلاك بدون انتظار تذكير أو طلب، وبعد تحسين العمليات نحتاج أن ندير المخزون بشكل عملي. ليس كل المخزون يدار بنفس الطريقة. الحرج والغالي يحتاج رقابة أعلى، البسيط يدار بمرونة. بعض الأصناف يمكن أن يديرها المورد مباشرة ضمن اتفاقيات واضحة. إدارة هذا التعقيد تحتاج أدوات تقنية ذكية. التقنية تغير قواعد اللعبة. ممكن لاحظنا الدكتور عبد الله تطرق في البدايه للتراكينج عبر RFID في البرزنتيشن، وهو جدا مهم في تراكينج او تتبع المستلزمات او الاجهزه الطبيه في المستشفيات، ويرفع كفاءه سلاسل الامداد في ذلك. طبعا هي تعني نعرف مكان الجهاز فورا، والاي اي نتوقع الطلب قبل حدوث النقص، ننتقل من رد الفعل الى الاستباق، لكن التقنيه وحدها لا تنجح بدون حوكمه وقرارات متوازنه. القرار لا يبنى على التعود بل على الدليل العلمي الناتج عن البيانات السريريه والتكلفه الكليه. فكثير من المستشفيات او من الاند يوزر، وهو قرار صحيح انه يتعود على منتج واحد ويستمر على طلب المنتج هذا، لكن الحل هو لجان تحليل القيمه توازن بين جميع الاطراف، من سبلاي تشين ومن اند يوزر ومن نيرسينج ومن مشتريات. والنتيجه النهائيه لكل هذا الجهد هي سلامه المرضى. طبعا في كثير من الزملاء سبيكر تكلموا عن نقطه سيفتي بيشنت، او يسمونها بعض المستشفيات كلوز لوب ميديكيشن او كلوز لوب بلاد بانك، وهي التحقق من المريض الصحيح والجرعه الصحيحه في الوقت الصحيح. وهذه صراحه موضوع مؤرق لدى كثير من المستشفيات، وما شاء الله تبارك الله في بعض المستشفيات الكبرى مدينه الرياض مثل الحرس الوطني بنوا نظام، عندهم نظام الHIS مثل بسكير بالتعاون مع جامعه سيول وجامعه الملك سعود للعلوم الصحيه. فهي بنت نظام الHIS تبعهم وطوروا فيه نظام الكلوز لوب ميديكيشن، وهذا خدمهم وبنوه على مدار 7 سنوات حسب استفساري منهم، والين طلع بالناتج هذا. لكن من خلال بحثي انا للموضوع هذا وجدت كبير في السوق لهذه الانظمه، ومن خلال هذا الملتقى تعرفت على اكثر من مدير تنفيذي او مدير تطوير لشركات معينه يخدمون هذا التوجه وهذه الانظمه. فعليا شركات في SCC وفي موبايلي في مايكروسوفت وفي جو، لكن لم اجد تطبيق يعمل درايف مع انظمه الHIS المعمول فيها او المتعارف عليها في مستشفيات المملكه مثل سيرنر وايبك واكوفيا والى اخره من الانظمه، فتحتاج درايف وشغل كبير. فهذه من حسنات هذا الملتقى اللي تعرفنا فيها على بعض الشركات اللي تقوم بهذا العمل، وان شاء الله يعني نبدا معاهم من خلال نكست ويك ان شاء الله. طيب، تقليل الهدر في سلسله الامداد يعني تكلفه اقل، نفايات اقل، اثر بيئي اقل. الاستدامه ضروره وليست خيار. وهنا نصل الى الخلاصه النهائيه للعرض. ختاما، التميز التشغيلي رحله مستمره تعتمد على البيانات، وسلسله الامداد هي المدخل الذهبي لتحقيق التوازن بين الجوده والتكلفه والوصول الى الخدمه. شاكر مقدر لكم استماعكم.
يعطيك ألف عافية مهندس عبد الرحمن حكمي، ما قصرت. And now it takes me great pleasure to welcome also to the stage Mr. Abdelkader Mustafa, but this time wearing a different hat, as the topic will be agentic healthcare value chain from digital to automation as advisory boarder, international chain supply education. Please welcome him again.
Shukran, Walid. This time I will speak in English actually. Switch actually to this topic. ريالي قبل ما ابدا يعني اشكر حقيقه يعني كل المتحدثين قبلي، دكتور عبد الله، بروفيسور عامر العنزي، استاذ خليل صفطه من نوبكو، البشمهندس الحكمي، and كل المتحدثين ايضا virtually for this valuable contribution to this forum today. For me today, I will be speaking about the agentic healthcare value chain from digital to autonomous, okay? And I think this is one step ahead, actually, from the digitalization, actually. And I feel we need actually to take always one step ahead, draw the attention of the practitioners, what's going on in the future, actually, to be ready for it in that sense. About me, I have done my master from the University of Liverpool in operations of supply chain management, and also a value chain consultant and supply chain practitioner for more than 25 years. And also I'm focusing on digital transformation and agentic AI. And this is the core of my focus in this presentation today. And I have almost more than 15 years experience in ERP implementations like Oracle or P or Jelly Edward or Odoo or whatever ERP system that we have, and have conducted or concluded more than 7 to 8 projects across different industries in the same field. Organization change management is very important. Just now I was talking to Prof. Amir that the need to manage the change is very important. There are many initiatives for transformation fail, not because of the budget or the plan, but fail because of the resistance from people. So what I mean by here is the people side of change can lead to failure of any initiative of transformation in the industry, especially when we speak about the healthcare industry. That's based on ProSci. I have done ProSci in the US before, and business process management and engineering. And always I used to stress on that. The people always think of technology before thinking of re-engineering the processes that you have in the industry. Technology ultimately will come after you have a clear vision about transformation that you want to do it. Otherwise, garbage in, garbage out. And the applying technologies can be a mislead, actually, for any transformation initiative in that sense. So I have completed more than 5 projects, actually, across different industries for the business process management and engineering. Strategic planning competency, and author of MAD model. This is the model I developed during my master degree from the University of Liverpool that can help organizations to transform. ساعد الشركات في عملية التحول، سواء كان الشركات صغيرة متوسطة أو كبيرة, whatever the industry they are, either they are in oil and gas, in the healthcare industry, in automotive industry, in plastic, whatever the industry they have, this framework can help a lot in having a very structured transformation for the companies. I have delivered this model during last month. I was speaking في مؤتمر التحول الصناعي اللي هي Industrial Transformation تحت مظلة وزارة الصناعة والثورة المعدنية. I have delivered that framework. The good thing on that framework that is totally aligned مع Siri, if people have idea about Siri model for the assessment. So the framework is totally aligned with Siri, which is adopted by the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources. I am the International Supply Chain Education Alliance Business Advisor in the Middle East and Africa, and the CEO for Africa for more than 22 years with this American organization in that field. And we have trained more than 1,500 people actually on those certification programs, beside about 3,500 in other fields of training and education for the people. Currently now, I am subject matter expert and faculty with leading national academy. هذه إحدى الأكاديمية الوطنية الرائدة تحت أرامكو, TVTC and هدف, but actually it's managed by Aramco في الشرقية الخضر. Yes, I have served almost 13 organizations directly. يعني during 33 years of my experience, that's like from Sudan University of Science and Technology, Omdurman Ahli University, the ADA, which is German Development Service Organization, Gold, Angularity, Sharfa Plastics, Alasco Company, and King Saud University beside AYTV, and Ace Sons, and now Lena, in addition to the International Supply Chain Education Alliance. So locally, I'm engaged with Lena, but globally with the International Supply Chain Education Alliance, promoting those certifications and sharing knowledge with the people here in Saudi Arabia and across the continents. Today, we celebrate our strategic partnership with the GS1 after 10 years, and we will keep the momentum of this kind of collaboration together. So my agenda today, I will try to answer this big question, why agentic supply chain now is needed actually. And also the second important question, what is an agentic healthcare supply chain, since most of the respective participants here are from the healthcare industry, and also the paradigm shift from the traditional way of models and to digital model and to agentic model. This is a big transformation going on. Although I believe most of the hospitals and the healthcare industry entities is struggling with the traditional model, and some of them try the digital, but I don't see that many of them going towards the agentic AI in that sense. That's why I'm presenting this for the first time, so I can help those people to move, or at least think of it now and be ready for it. Why agentic intelligence fits in the end-to-end healthcare supply chain? That is the thing I will address it here. Also, the core AI agents that can be implemented in the healthcare industry with a focus in the hospitals and medical cities and those entities who are providing the healthcare services. And also, I will share with you a realistic use case about maybe a selected inventory can be a good and practical use case where you can implement the agentic AI. And also the cold chain, I think Nopco is here. That's a very important thing. And readiness of supply. Sometimes there is a need of urgent supply of items that cannot be made by the traditional models, or even the digital models cannot help in that sense unless you go for agentic solutions. Technologies, I will cover some technologies that enabling the agentic AI and how this can be implemented. And also the governance is very important. I'm not going to give the AI the full control of every decision that will be taken in the hospital, but there will be a human in the loop actually to make sure that decisions will be taken in collaboration with AI is going to deliver that outcome of healthcare services needed, and to avoid any kind of problems will be in these decisions will be done. So human be in the loop, and also takeaway, I will cover that at the end. So I will start now with why agentic supply chain is needed now. Because of many problems, I will mention 8 of them, and you can add to the list actually based on your reliable experience in the healthcare industry. One of the problems is latency in decision-making. And all of you, I think, agree with me, respective audience, any delay in decision-making in the healthcare industry or in the hospital can have tremendous impact in the safety of the patient or even the life of the patient itself in that sense. And I used to say that the healthcare supply chain is the most complex. Even when addressing this kind of topic, actually, for me, it's very complex because of 3 reasons, actually, here. One of those, we are talking about the healthcare industry. I'm not talking about any other industry in that sense. And there are many stakeholders in the healthcare industry. All of them collaborate together, actually, to deliver ultimately the service to the patient. The second reason behind this complexity is that the customer here is a patient, a human being, you know. Any mistake or delay in delivering the services can compromise the safety of the patient or even the life of the patients. And the third one, actually, is quite difficult to forecast what kind of healthcare service that you need to deliver to the patient unless you have some contact with the patient in that sense. So those 3 reasons make the healthcare supply chain the most complex model across all industries in that sense. And I'm very happy that this big number of people join this forum, actually, and feel interested, actually, to take some step ahead to learn more about how to can improve the health delivery. The second problem is the volatility in demand. Demand is not stable in the healthcare industry. Not only that, it's quite difficult even to forecast the demand, okay? Because you don't know actually what kind of service you need to provide unless you collect some information in that sense, or maybe you get the patient admitted to hospital, or you have to be in contact with the patient to know what kind of solution you need to provide for the patient. So those make a great problem actually here. The third problem here is human cognitive. All of us as people or human, we have a limitation actually. We cannot work more than 7 or 8 hours in a day with good focus and good decision making in that sense. But the machines and the agents and the AI technologies can work continuously without being tired in that sense. And the last, this whole here is the end-to-end autonomous gap. We have a gap on that. We have fragmented processes in the healthcare or in supply chain of the healthcare and the hospitals. And we need to integrate those processes together and the people together to work together as a unit to deliver the service to the patient in that sense. Also, we have a problem of speed to value pressure. We do a lot of activities and processes in the healthcare and the hospital, but ultimately deliver very small value at the end. And that is a big problem actually in the hospitals and the healthcare industry actually. So agentic AI can solve a lot by automating a lot of processes and increase productivity and speed up decision making, as I mentioned before. Also, hyper complex network. I mentioned before that in the healthcare, there are many stakeholders. There are equipment suppliers, medicine suppliers, service providers, insurance providers, logistics service providers, legislative, like government, and different entities, actually, all of them plug in to provide this kind of things. So a very complex network that cannot be managed with the traditional way of the supply chain model in that sense. And also cost to margin, actually. The highest cost, actually, in all supply chain models across the industries, it is in the healthcare. And even if you see the American model of the healthcare suffering from the highest cost, they cannot cover even the governmental budget cannot cover the actual expenses of the American mid-care actually model in that sense. Always there's a lot of cost. And of course, when you think of the private sector, they are looking for a margin, and this is actually compromise the margin that they can provide, and indirectly also impact the quality of healthcare service provision in that sense. Maybe some entities compromise the quality of the service to achieve a margin, and that's actually generate a risk, also create a risk on the side of the patient actually, when we compromise the quality and efficacy of the healthcare service provision in that sense. The last, not least, regulatory actually. A lot of regulations and rules supposed not to be skipped in the healthcare industry itself, and that cannot be done by the manual way of doing this. So agentic and those technologies in considering all the rules and regulations and the factors that need to be considered in any decision making in the hospital itself. So the agent will be the solution to have more faster and quick decisions, and also visible demand, and beside high resilience during difficult times, and also more autonomous in the decision making of taking actions within the healthcare operations. And also value gain will be very fast with more involvement of the agentic AI in that sense. And also the complex network can be streamlined with more integration between the different entities and good profitability. I think the agentic AI can help the private sector to achieve profit margin without compromising the quality of the healthcare delivery to the patient in that sense, because that is a red line actually. No one is allowed to compromise the efficacy of the healthcare service delivery and also the safety of the patient. That's at the heart of every entity providing this kind of service there, and the high compliance to regulations, either local regulations by the government or the global regulations or rules or factors that need to be taken into consideration will be done by that. So ultimately, let me say that the healthcare no longer needs more dashboards. Actually, they are in need of autonomous decision, actually, by the agentic AI in this sense. Why agentic is the way now? Let's listen to Gartner. What's it said? Gartner said that agentic AI is the top strategic tech trend in 2025 and beyond. And I believe on that. Again, also, Gartner said that 15% of day-to-day work decisions will be made autonomously by 2028, just 2 years before the end of the vision of Saudi Arabia, actually. What that mean? That means this is a call for action for decision makers in Saudi Arabia, for the practitioners in the healthcare industry, like NOBCO, for those in the health clusters, الصحة القابضة, كل entities, they have to take one step ahead, actually. We should not wait up to the end of the vision and then think of the agentic AI. We are here to provide any kind of support and consultancy, how you can implement agentic AI in industry. Also, HFS said that, I love this one actually, said that from software as a service, SaaS, to service as a software. I love this one, it's lovely for me. Yes. This said by 2024, actually, 2024, I think. And Gartner again saying that 53% of enterprise software will incorporate agentic AI in the design programming of that software itself. And I myself said that agentic AI will add great value to industry and service delivery. When? I'm not very sure. I cannot put myself, compare myself with Gartner, but based on my accumulative experience, agentic AI is very important in that sense. So now I think in the mind of my respective audience, what is agentic AI? I have to answer this question before going ahead in my presentation. One of those is very important here, that an agentic healthcare supply chain uses AI agent that sense the real-time signals through the Internet of Things, through the sensors that connected with devices in the hospital, medical equipment, and can be also sourcing the data from the back office ERP system or any kind of sources, sourcing the data, transforming this data into information and into knowledge, and that knowledge will be the input for smart decision-making by the authorities, augmented by the AI agent in that sense. And decide within defined boundaries, actually. The boundaries can be the regulations, the rules in the healthcare industry is supposed not to be bypassed, supposed to be taken into consideration, and act autonomously, and at least semi-autonomously is not possible in that sense. I think this is a very important thing. I'm very excited with this kind of topics, by the way. I'm not sure. And I think this topic is complex in the sense that we need to have more time, because I have to go more faster a little bit, not to, I think Ms. Walid will kick me out. Let me go more faster in that sense. Learn continuously. So the AI technology will learn, actually, like the people learn, actually, with more smarter brain, and with more stronger memory in that sense, and use that learning process to optimize decision-making in the healthcare industry in that sense. Again, I'm celebrating our strategic partnership with GS1 and Saudi Arabia, and I believe that the future will be really promising, along with the other entities, not only GS1. GS1, the academic sectors, like King Saud University, we have Dr. Professor Amir Anizi here, and also NOBCO is here. I'm very proud of you, Khalil, for amazing presentation you have delivered. Actually, I want to bring all the stakeholders, actually healthcare industry, in this forum that we are doing. I do believe when we put ourselves together, we can make big change, actually, in the healthcare service delivery in Saudi Arabia. Especially, there's a great vision here in Saudi Arabia, great decision makers, great leaders here, and provide full dedication to this transformation in Saudi Arabia. I never seen this kind of initiative across the globe. Totally, I am saying that. So I'm very proud to be with you on this path itself. There are 3 stages for this transition or shift. The first stage is traditional. I think most of the hospitals falling here, where you have the manual planning, the reactive and siloed departments that totally fragmented, not connected together. What the outcome of this typical situation? The outcome is very clear, that you have reactive care support and operational risk And that, of course, impact the safety of the patient ultimately. Always I'm thinking of the patient, actually, and the life of the patient. So we need to shift from that, at least to go towards digitalization. The digital model is integrated system between the HIS and the ERP system. And again, I will bring that in our discussion panel later on. There is a great divide between the traditional HI system in hospitals, not only in Saudi Arabia, across the globe, and the ERP systems in back office, like Oracle or SAP or Jerry Edwards, Microsoft Dynamics, or whatever the ERP system that handle. So have the HIS focus on technical side in the front end of the hospital, while the ERP systems on the back side taking care of the procurement, warehousing, finance, accounting, and those kind of things. There's a great divide between HIS and the ERP systems of hospitals, and that can be a source of the biggest problem that faced by the hospitals and medical cities doing there. So I will include those kind of things maybe in our discussion later on. I'm pushing anyone actually, and sometimes encouraging anyone to go to the agentic, where you have the AI-driven decisions, proactive and adaptive. In this situation, we can have a great outcome of anticipatory supply and safer patient care, like engineer Abdurrahman in his great presentation delivered. He talked about those kind of problems, and also Mr. Khalil Softa, he mentioned about the need, the assessment and procurement based on the outcome. That's so interesting point, actually. And I think the outcome can be more stronger than even the investment base. Although the sequence they put in this way, transaction-based, outcome-based, and investment-based. Most of the authorities, or those knowledge providers, they put the investment base at the highest level, the most stronger one. I disagree with that. Although money is attracting people to put them together, but I do believe the outcome-based can be very strong and keep the partnership between the parties in a good way. So that encourages the supplier to deliver value. At the same time, the hospital also get high quality service in that sense. Yes. So why agentic? Now the question why agentic intelligence fits in the scope of the hospital. Since the clinical demand planning and pharmacy inventory management, this is the area actually we can implement agentic AI. And procurement also, as mentioned by my previous respective speakers, agentic AI can really deliver amazing value for the hospitals and the medical cities. And ultimately, the patients there, which is very important for me. The cold chain, I think, as Khalil is saying that, NOPCO is not a traditional GPO focusing on traditional procurement, but also delivering integrated services like logistics, warehousing, inventory management, and services. Very amazing example by NOPCO, and I think agentic AI can do a lot. I think we can meet later on in future, see how we can agentic AI can add value to NOPCO. Yes, risk and resilience in that sense, and of course you can just add to the list other applications, but I think those can be a good example of areas where agentic AI can fit. This is following the previous one, the clinical demand, who manage the demand in more autonomous way, more transparent way, with effective and efficient responsive decision-making in this part, because this is the starting point of identifying the requirements, and then followed by the supply side. Supply cannot do anything of the supply chain unless the demand side creates transparency and tell what they need, how much they need, when they need, at what location they need. Okay, so I think this agent is very important, can help to have that inventory, as I said before, especially in the healthcare industry. We have expiry products. We don't manage only inventory. We manage inventory with the expiry date, actually, because we have perishable items with shelf life in that sense. And procurement, very clear for you, no need to say anything about that. So we're using agentic AI, and the cold chain itself, we can know the temperature of the product while in transit to destination. And if any problem happens, we can also address that problem, as Prof. Amir mentioned in his presentation, that can have more transparency on that part to deliver the right product at the right time to the right place. Also, risk and resilience, as you said last time. The winning model, this is very important. The next slide. The winning model is not human versus AI. Don't look to it as a competition between people and AI. I'm not with that. AI is not coming here to replace people. I do believe people cannot be replaced, okay, totally. But the people who adopt the AI technologies and design AI technologies and develop themselves can replace people who are not caring about the AI technology totally in that sense. And I think we are feeling that in the real business environment. So I encourage anyone actually to go and learn about AI technology. So the winning model is not human versus AI, but it is human-directed autonomy in that sense. So bring the AI agentic in the place, but human will be always on the loop, okay, to ensure that decision is not violating the rules and regulations that you have there. Agentic pharmacy inventories. Let's give you a typical case example, real example. We have a problem of overstock, okay, of slow moving items, and you have stock out of critical drugs or items like the life-saving medicine in the healthcare industry. This should not be compromised because it will be compromising the life of the patient in that sense. So this is the problem. How agentic AI will solve this problem? The agentic AI will have 3 agents actually. One agent taking care of demand, manage the demand completely, and the other agent manage the inventory side, and the third agent manage the procurement. And the 3 agents work together, okay, in very integrative way, not like the people. This is off, has no focus, this is don't know, and a lot of fragmentation happen between the people. But in the agents, all of them integrate together all the time, actually, and share information together to optimize decision making at the end. So the result of this, we can have saving in inventory that can reach between 20 to 30%, 35% of inventory reduction. Very important, without compromising the healthcare service provision. That's very important. So almost the near zero critical stockouts can be when you use agentic AI. Try to imagine. Is that attractive? Who agrees with me this is very attractive? Raise your hand, please. Who agrees with me this is very attractive? Yeah, definitely, definitely. Thank you very much. So that's it, work all the day and night, and you will be sleeping. When it comes to stage of taking decision, human will be in the loop, actually, to take decision after checking everything that's going the right way in that sense. Again, no need to repeat. Yes, the technologies, there are, of course, many technologies there in the space that can help to enable the agentic AI implementation. One of those technologies, of course, at the heart of it is artificial intelligence that work on the big data, transform it to information and knowledge and decision making, ultimately. And robotics that's working now in all industries and also can operate well in the hospitals. And Internet of Things and RFID, as I said last time, to capture the information from the smart devices for the purpose, go to the clouds for cloud computing, quantum computing, edge computing. I don't want to go in that technical aspects now because I don't have that much time. Will kick me out. I'm sorry, Walid. Yes. API interfaces. By the way, this is very interesting, by the way, Prof. Amir. Amir, you mentioned API, am I right? The API of Amir is not my API, by the way. I smiled when you said API. What's the API, Prof. Amir? Yeah, API. Active pharmaceutical ingredients. This is the version of Prof. Amir. But my API is application programming interface. Yeah. Yes, so totally different. You got me to a different perspective. But so I don't know who came first, Prof. So I have stolen our terminology here. But this is a very interesting point, actually. Thank you very much. And that, yes, this is very important thing. لأنه حقيقة صراحة أقوله بالعربي صراحة لأنه أنا بعرف كثير من الناس يقلقوا لما نتكلم عن الذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا is going to replace people. أنا أحب أطمن الجماعة إنه الذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا ما راح يعني يحل محل الإنسان، خصوصا الإنسان المهتم بالتكنولوجيا ومواكب مع الجديد في هذا المجال. يعني he will be the right person to drive those technology implementation transformation to digital and agentic AI itself. But those who are waiting for a traditional job, by the way, I'm telling you, by the way, from now, you are going to lose your job, actually. Definitely, I would say that, unless you take an initiative toward this kind of transformation. هذه طبعا يا جماعة إنه if you go هتلقى يعني. So the agent will recommend and trigger a decision, but that decision will not go to be for execution unless passed by the human. The human will check that decision, and that decision is aligned with the clinical acceptance requirements in the hospital itself, and also make sure that the regulatory aspects are considered, all the regulations and the factors need to be considered are there, and then ultimately take decision to ensure the safety of the patient ultimately at the end. I think this is so interesting, by the way. So human in the loop, okay, can help on that thing. Again, yeah, don't forget GS1, and don't forget international supply chain education lines there. This is the takeaway. This is my last slide, Walid. Yeah, I'm sorry for that. So what you can take it with you away as a summary of my presentation here today, that remember, you can call back what the problems, not only I mentioned here in the healthcare industry, but my respective speakers before me mentioned a lot of problems, bottlenecks, drawbacks, risk in the healthcare industry. Imagine all those kind of things. So we have one of the outcome of implementing AI agent is to have more visibility on the demand. In that sense, okay, I try to imagine if you have visibility in demand, not in the long term, but in the short term, if something changed with the patient or with the supplier or with the inventory or with the logistics or any part of the functions of the hospital, you can take decision immediately. What plan B, what plan C to do based on the actual scenario that you have it. And I think this is so interesting, by the way. And also, the decision-making will be autonomous in that sense. There will be no delay in decision, okay, fast decisions, but without compromising or bypassing the regulations rules, and fast to the patient in that sense. And also, we have resilience during difficult times, like the pandemic mentioned by Prof. Amir, his presentation. During pandemic, everyone is suffering. But I think you, Saudis, should be proud of your country, by the way. During the pandemic, I think the best country managed this crisis at that time across the globe, in that sense. Try to imagine, yeah, let's give to Saudi Arabia, actually. Yes, yeah, yes. Let's really appreciate Saudi Arabia as the best country manage that difficult time during the pandemic itself. Use the technology. Try to imagine what they can do now with the digital information and agentic AI. I do believe no country can bypass or can leading this transformation better than Saudi Arabia here. And we are here. It's our pleasure to support this beloved country here, Saudi Arabia. And all الشباب يعني كل شباب احنا مستعدين ندعمكم بشده يعني. حقيقه انا شفت يعني شباب رائعين جدا صراحه وشابات رائعات جدا في هذه المملكه العربيه السعوديه الجميله. يعني just take a step ahead. Don't stay on your comfort zone. Don't stay in comfort zone. You'll be lost. You'll be obsolete. But move. You'll find people to support you in that way. The cost to value. I talk about that. We can reduce the cost and maximize the value. And then the margin for those non-for-profit organizations achieve high in that sense. Also, autonomous, I think this is very clear. This is my topic, from digital to autonomous. We can automate all the processes, make it more faster, more accurate decision-making, more frequent checking the changes, the different scenarios, and cope with this kind of things in a very fast way. And ultimately, compliance regulatory, that can be achieved, as I mentioned before last time. I want to mention this statement: the future healthcare supply chain is not digital, it is self-healing in that sense. That's why I'm not, actually, during the last presentations, I talk in different conferences. I talk with I spoke on the International Supply Chain Education Alliance Technology Conference in Germany. Online, I deliver speech in Aramco Activa last year. And I talk with in the conference for supply chain and procurement conference and supply chain and logistics conference. And last month with the industrial transformation conference مع وزارة الصناعة والثروة المعدنية. But I believe that we can do a lot, you got me, from here and then. So, of course, we'll not stop. We'll keep moving. The one who want to go with us in this momentum is very welcomed, okay? And please make sure to join those kind of events that we have it in the future. As I said, I'll conclude, not part of my, it's my pleasure to connect with you. This is my profile on LinkedIn. But I will say last thing here. This is, as Mr. Wali said, this is the fourth version of this event. The first one, it was Saudi Arabia with, thank you, Prof. Amir, with King Saud University for welcoming us on that event. It was very useful, interesting. The second one, it was in Jeddah with a Burj Lab, okay? And the third event or forum, we did it in Dammam with Mili, also our partner there. And this is the fourth version within Saudi Arabia. And again, we go to Jeddah, Dammam, Riyadh, Jeddah, Dammam, Riyadh. In that sense, make sure not to miss the future events. And thank you very much. Yes.
يعطيك العافية أستاذ عبد القادر. Thank you so much, Mr. Abdul Qadir, for that very not only sophisticated but also inspiring as well. They are mentioning great facts and very optimistic also about the future and what we will see. Ladies and gentlemen, now we'll be taking a short, very short prayer break, and then we'll be right back for our panel discussion. So please, we'll go have a بس فاصل بس نصلي العشاء ونرجع نكمل مرة ثانية مباشرة. بيكون فاصل قصير جدا أو استراحة قصيرة جدا. شكرا لكم. Informative also and notable and powerful. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة وبركاته. Distinguished guests, decision makers, and innovators, I would like
السادة الرؤساء التنفيذيون مدراء القطاع.
informative also and notable distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. Let's get it back on. Okay. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. حياكم الله مجددا ويعطيكم العافية. Welcome back to the forum. I hope you're enjoying it. I'm seeing a lot of excitement, great dialogue going on, and networking that hopefully everyone will benefit from. اسمحوا لي فقط انه اشير انه لجميع الحاصلين على شهادة ال ISCEA انهم بس يرفعون يدهم بعد شوي في السمي الوريد وفريقه بياخذون اسماءكم لاجل التكريم اللي بيكون لاحقا. ايضا بيكون عندنا صوره جماعيه للكل اللي حاب يشارك الله يحييه على المنصه. بناخذها الان قبل ما نبدا الجلسه الحواريه. نحب ندعي الجميع اللي حاب يكون يتصور مع الاستاذ عبد القادر والدكتور وايضا المتحدثين الافاضل المتميزين. انا اشوفها فرصه حلوه يعني. اقدر اصور معكم انا عبد الرازق؟ مسموح؟ خلاص اجل انا بكون موجود. فالان ادعي مجددا اللي حاب يكون ضمن الصوره الجماعيه فضلا انه يشرفنا على المنصه، ولجميع فضلا الحاصلين على شهاده ISCEA انهم بس يرفعون يدهم، والاستاذ الوليد بيجيكم بياخذ اسماءكم لاجل لاحقا ان شاء الله. بس تكون دكتور ايوه اوكي. السمي وينه؟ هلا بالسمي. لقيتهم الحاصلين على يقول دور. شوف طال عمرك، ها شوف عندك 2 هناك، وتأكد شوف الشهادة، لا مو بس يرفع يده نبدأ. بسم الله. السيدات والسادة، كما ذكرت سابقا، الآن اللي حاب يشرفنا على المنصة لأخذ الصورة التذكارية مع جميع الأساتذة والمتحدثين وأيضا جميع الحضور، حياكم الله الآن على المنصة قبل ما نبدأ جلستنا الحوارية. الله يحييكم جميعا. أتوقع ما يحتاج، الكل واقفين أفضل، يعني تكون في النص الصورة مثلا. الله يحييكم. الحضور كلهم الحين، الكل اللي يبغى يجي الله يحييه. صور الجماعية كل أهلا وسهلا. يعطيك العافية. الله Okay. I think yes one. Yeah. الله يطلع يصور حلو كذا صورة. الله يعطيكم العافية جميعا، شاكرين لكم والله، يعني شرفتونا ونورتونا، الله يسعدكم، وإن شاء الله تكونوا استفدتوا بإذن الله. الآن فضلا نبغى تيم الجي اس 1، نبغى تيم الجي اس 1 ناو، تيم الجي اس 1 ناو فضلا، الجي اس 1 تيم بس. أنت عاد الشيخة لازم ها كذا. يس الله يعطيكم العافية. الجي اس 1 تيم. ما شاء الله تبارك الله. الجي اس 1 يعطيك العافية، ألف سلام عليك. يا غالي فريق الجي اس 1 فقط. لا لا جي اس 1 جي اس 1.
انا مع الاثنين.
هو معنا في الاي تي. وين معكم في الجي اس 1؟
في جي
طيب
لا ما قد صورت.
ها؟ بس فضلا الخلفيه نبغى بس صورتين، صوره بخلفيه جي اس 1 وصوره بخلفيه اي اس سي اي. ها ينوع يعني. المفروض المصور الحين الام سي اللي يقول يوجه صورة بخلفية GS1 أيضا وواحدة ثانية نفس الشيء. Just to make sure. يا سلام. اوكي، مركز الترقيم السعودي. يس. يعطيكم العافية، شاكرين لكم جدا. ها؟ أنا معكم، أنا معكم بالروح. الله يعافيك، شكرا. يعطيكم العافية جميعا، شاكرين لكم طلوعكم على المنصة وأخذ الوقت لأخذ هذه الصورة اللي نتشرف فيها للأمانة نحن ك GS1 وأيضا ISCA. الآن أستاذ بدعي الجميع طبعا بعد شوي. يعطيكم العافية، موفق خير يا رب. All right. Panel discussion. Thank you so much, our distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen. All good? Cameras on? Are we recording? Let's make sure. Okay, very good, very good. As promised, now we have a speaker panel discussion, which I will be honored to be the moderator myself with all these great decision makers and innovators, without a doubt. So I would like to kindly introduce to the stage again Dr. Abdullah Al Fahad, the CEO of GS1 Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And joining the panel discussion as well is Dr. Amir Al-Anazi, Dean of College of Pharmacy at King Saud University. As well, Mr. Abdul Qadir Mustafa, ISCA Business Advisor and the CEO of ICA Africa. All right. Okay, الحين شغلنا. يعطيكم العافية. I would like to welcome, first of all my panelists. It is a great honor and pleasure to be among you all here today, and to also do a dialogue that hopefully will be beneficial for the attendees. Of course, I will begin with you, Dr. Amir, College of Pharmacy at King Saud University. Doctor, first of all, I would like to commend you on your great career and expertise. You know, I'm looking at it and I'm saying to myself, I gotta step my game up. You know, you and all these great panelists here. And one of the things that I've noticed during your speech or presentation, a lot of the positive things, right? A lot of what's going on, what you're doing, but you also as well emphasized on the challenges that we're facing, and that we should be focusing more on it. And that's exactly which I believe is what, you know, our bold vision is built on, is going after all challenges and executing it in a fine manner. So if you could please all briefly just tell us about these challenges and how we can also
So, Assalamu alaikum. Can you all hear me? So, thank you again for the invitation. If I want to step back, I would say before Corona hits, there were not that, I would say, disruptions when it comes to the pharma supply chain. Usually, we are importing most of our local medicines demand or pharma demand. Things were going, smoothly and no any, I would say, obstacles. But we were not capturing the full value chain when it comes to the, we were not saving on the annual healthcare bill, فاتورة الأدوية. We were not basically having a mapping out all of our medicines need. When Corona came, it was very noticeable and very remarkable to, I think, not just the pharmacists or the people who are working or the healthcare providers or givers. It was very clear that we are not well prepared when it comes to disaster preparedness, management, and on the top of that, our medicines need. I remember Ministry of Energy, they took harsh steps to take some what we call it contract on a very high price to bring isopropyl alcohol or ethanol, which is antiseptic, اللي هو المطهرات, because they want to prevent the spread of the infection or the pandemic. So this is one action that took by the government. We were also relying on our local manufacturers to import the active pharmaceutical ingredients, to bring those highly needed excipients or pharmaceutical products to the market. So I would say we were in a very high exposure stage, اللي هو الانكشاف. صار في انكشاف كبير في القطاع الصحي, and from that strategies were took into place. Now we have اللي هو مركز الأمن الوطني. Under that we have اللي هو الأمن الصحي, and under this also the pharmaceutical. So I think the most challenging now part is how to make sure we are manufacturing our needs. We are trying to also improve the patient safety, make sure we have our life-saving medicines, because again, الأمن الدوائي or drug security, it's something سيادي. It's something you cannot play with, because we have chronic patient who are using antidiabetic, antihypertensive, antihyperlipidemic. A lot of people are using those chronic medications. So you want to make sure that whatever our chronic patients are in highly need gets manufactured locally without any hurdles. And to do that, again, it needs robust supply chain. It needs governmental, private partnership, or what we call it PPP. It needs a lot of efforts, and I think we are moving on the right direction. So again, COVID-19 hit was positive, I would say, impact on all healthcare players to focus more on having, a robust supply chain that will ultimately benefit all of our patients.
Thank you so much, Doctor. We appreciate your answer. I'd like to move now to Dr. Abdullah, the CEO of GS1, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Doctor, absolute pleasure to interview you.
Thank you.
There's something that I saw. I saw a lot of respect, admire, and passion from all your team. This tells me something about a man always. So, much respect to you on that. This is something also that, one of the lessons that I took today, not only educational, technical aspect, but also in the, how to be a great leader. I'd like to ask you, Doctor, what is your vision? What is your dream? What do you want to see come? What is the main accomplishment that you wish to say, when I'm done, when you relax, whether it was in Red Sea, Al-Ula, enjoying your on the yacht, say, I'm happy I've accomplished 1, 2, 3 before I retired.
Thank you so much for your question. And before I answer your question, let me welcome Mr. Ahmed Al Khatib. He's the CEO of GS1 Kuwait. Give him a round of applause.
الله يحييك. حياك الله أستاذ أحمد. أهلا وسهلا.
And I hope there will be mobile microphone. I want to
Absolutely, please, team.
support me
Can
in answering these
please get a
difficult
mic to Mr.
questions.
Ahmed, please. Yes, please. Keep a mic here.
Actually, GS1 Saudi Arabia is part of international organization. So basically, he is the house of international expertise in Saudi Arabia. So will help Saudi Arabia in all sectors, industrial sectors, to align with the rest of the global, with the rest of the all country around the world.
True.
Will help us to learn from other country and from other advanced country. So this is the beauty of GS1 Saudi Arabia, that will help us to align with the rest of the world, to learn from other, and it's the house of expertise from all around the world. And we are part of network, global network. Our colleague in different countries can support us, provide us with their expertise, their case studies. So we are getting the benefit of interchanging our information with the rest of the world. Currently, we have around 10,000 companies registered in our system. And we have around 1,300,000 Saudi products registered with our system and share with the global registry. So basically, we synchronize our local registry with the global registry. So this will enable Saudi products to be known worldwide and to be trusted. The strength of GS1 surround around unique identification. You have unique identity, and sometimes we call it passport identity for products that will allow products to be authenticated, verified, and this fight the counterfeiting and help Saudi manufactured products to flow in the local market and for the international market. So this is the strength of GS1. We share our knowledge, our expertise, our case study with the rest of the world. And if there is any mobile microphone, we can shift the microphone to Mr. Ahmed to provide with more insight. He is very expert, more than me. He has more than 20 years experience in GS1. And if there is no microphone, he can come to the, ask him to come to the podium and talk.
Yes, please. I mean,
yes, please.
Yes, please. يعني نتشرف. One more time, please.
Good that he made it actually.
مساء الخير جميعا. أنا بتشكر الدكتور عبد الله وبتشكر اتحاد الغرف على هيدا اللقاء. ونحن كGS1 تحديدا بالجي سي سي we act as one voice and we proceed with one team. هواجس اللي بتصير عند أي واحد منا كلنا بنتفاعل فيها، والتجارب الناجحة بدنا نطبقها عند بعضنا كلنا. آخر فترة من شي شهر اجتمعنا وعملنا اتفاقية بين بعضنا إنه نحن بدنا نكثف الجهد المشترك، لأنه العالم كله عم بيعمل تكتلات، لما بنحكي على الوطن العربي ولا على الجي سي سي، هيدي هواجسنا المشتركة. نحن أكثر ناس ممكن نقدر نخدم بلادنا بهذا الموضوع، وتحديدا عم نشتغل على الهيلث كير، لأنه هيدي بتعني صحة المواطن والمقيم بمناطقنا. بتشكركم جميعا، ومرة ثانية شكرا دكتور عبد الله.
شكرا جزيلا لك.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ahmed. And as Mr. Ahmed told us that we created last month GS1 or GCC GS1 Federation, and this will be based in Riyadh, and this will help GCC country to exchange their expertise, their knowledge, the best practice among the GCC. And hopefully this will be will have positive impact and will enhance our services that we provide to our members.
I'm sure it will. We appreciate your answer so much, and your dynamic also as well. You know, by inviting Mr. Ahmed, which also had a great value as well too. And we look forward to the GCC as well collaboration, which I'm sure Allah will benefit. Now, Mr. Abdelkader Mustafa.
Please don't give me a difficult question.
Mr. Abdelkader, mashallah, tabarakallah, 33 years of experience in the Middle East, Africa. Your education has been phenomenal. You got your master's from Liverpool. You educated a lot everywhere, right? You educated as well too. You know, I see a lot of these students here come say hi, you know,
So many, I'm very happy
and
to
ask
answer,
also
yes.
as well many questions. And some invited you, I saw, to to university.
I would love to get the questions from them actually. It made somehow lighter. I'm afraid from you, by the way. I'm getting revenge from you because I've taken more time.
I'm under the. I'm gonna be very nice. You know, I'm wearing the. You know, with you, it's great actually. I would love to benefit Mr. Abdelkader. You know, I want to know more about what's your goal also here in the kingdom. When it comes to the context of Saudi Arabia specifically, you know, not just the region. Saudi Arabia specifically, you had 3 successful. 4. Now this is 4 successful.
Yes,
with Walid, and hopefully I'll be in the 5th, whatever it is.
Yeah.
But I want to know what is, like, you know, your main goal. Main goal when it comes into the context of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia specifically.
I told you to give me a difficult question actually, but it will be easy for me because I'm part of this community, by the way. I think more than 3 decades, really enough for me to be part and parcel of this community. Whenever I travel outside, I feel I need to come back again here. I don't know what it did on me. I don't know. I went to US. I feel I have to come back to Saudi Arabia. I went to Malaysia. I have to come back to Saudi Arabia. Indonesia. Everywhere I go, I feel this is my comfort zone actually. Before directly answer the question, actually, I can start from the vision of Saudi Arabia 2030. Actually, this is the guiding for everything going on in Saudi Arabia nowadays. اللي هو حاجات المملكة العربية السعودية هي المحفز لكل تغيير يحصل في المملكة العربية السعودية. صراحة, if you come down to the level of the healthcare industry, we experience huge transformation in the healthcare industry, led by the Ministry of Health, and we have الصحة القابضة, and we have NOPCO here. We have the academia, Prof. Amir is here. We have GS1, and we are with them in that sense. There are many entities actually in the healthcare industry. Of course, the hospitals, the clusters, the academias, the practitioners, and many people actually there. So in this context, not only at the level of the vision, but at the level of the strategic plans, transformation in the healthcare industry, I feel we as the International Supply Chain Education Alliance, التحالف الدولي لتعليم سلسلة الإمداد, in partnership with GS1 Saudi Arabia here, we have a relationship with many, but this is strategic one for more than 1 decade. I feel we can, and this is actually a mission, to make great transformation in this industry. تمكين كل العاملين في هذا المجال بالمعارف والشهادات الاحترافيه والskills والknowledge that can help them to keep that momentum of transformation of Saudi Arabia towards the ultimate target and objective actually there. Actually, before the end of the vision, all of you experience the transformation going on there. On the back of this, my focus really, I can say, if you ask me to say, I'm focused on 3 areas. People, process, and technology. People, process, and technology. People at the heart of it. Even we have the most smartest technology, and we have the great processes, we cannot make transformation without people in that sense. And I think I have covered this part in my speech there. The processes and the value chain is very important, by the way. I do believe we need to make a lot of change in the way we conduct the processes and deliver the services, not only in the healthcare, across all industries, because I'm focusing on the healthcare because this vision about the healthcare itself. We need to revamp the way we manage our operation, the way we take decisions, the way we conduct the processes and deliver value. The third part is technology. Technology is very important here, and this is the area of focus for me for many years, because I really am eager to deliver value to those people actually in that sense. Without technology, I think we cannot go more faster and more effective in achieving the goals. So back to this, for people, process, and technology, our certifications that we have, and I have explained those certifications, more than 15 certifications,
MashaAllah.
that can help a lot to enable all those stakeholders at the level of entities, at the level of people and groups, to have that momentum towards achieving the Saudi vision goal in that sense. This makes me very happy in that sense. Not alone as International Supply Chain Education Alliance, but all of us collectively. I was discussing with Prof. Amir and Dr. Abdullah and all the speakers here, باشمهندس يديك العافية وكل الجماعة الشباب الموجودين تحدثوا غير يعني تواصلت معهم في النت في النتوركينج. All of us collectively we can plug in together and share knowledge and experience together and grow together. This is my mission actually. The effort we did it in this event and the previous event, that's the purpose of it, to bring all of us together. That is the issue. Try to imagine if the ministry and governmental sectors, the NOPCO, King's University, GS1, we and all the people put our hand together, what kind of outcome we can achieve. This is my mission. This is my dream actually. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Abdullah. Great answer. Great answer, which much appreciated also, and we hope you accomplish it, which in line as well also with the Kingdom's Vision 2030. Unfortunately, due to the time, we don't have much time also to discuss. Can we take questions from the audience? الحاب يسأل أي أحد من الدكاترة والأساتذة على المنصة الآن فرصة. في أخ هناك لو سمحت.
You don't have mics? Do you have mics?
تعالك هنا.
Okay, come front.
أبشر بالخير.
عليكم السلام.
السلام عليكم. نواف العسيري من الشركة السعودية لصناعة هرمون الأنسولين. حاب طبعا أسأل الدكتور عامر بخصوص ال APIs. أن ذكرت دكتور أنها تعتبر خطر أو أمن على الأمن القومي الدوائي للمملكة. فسؤالي هو إذا كان عندنا مصنع واحد ل APIs في المملكة، كيف حددنا نسبة 20% إنه إحنا عندنا أمن دوائي؟ وش هي التحديات؟ وكيف احنا نقدر نسوي نتجاوز هذه التحديات بخصوص اللوكاليزيشن للاي بي ايز either also for the excipient.
ممتاز. طبعا بتكلم بالعربي الان.
اكيد.
صناعه المواد الخام مشكلتها انه لابد يعني يكون فيه دعم حكومي. كل الدول اللي يعني طبعا الان الهند والصين هم اكبر مصنعين في العالم للمواد الخام الصيدلانيه. اللي هي يعني اليوم لو وقفت الهند ولا الصين توريد المواد الخام، كل مصانع الدواء هذه راح تقفل. يعني literally I do mean it. يعني لانه انت بدون مدخلات كيماويه للمصانع اللي عندنا الدوائيه، ما تقدر تصنع اي دواء عندك، وبالتالي راح يصير عندك تعتمد انت 100% على التوريد الخارجي، وهذا طبعا هذا مكلف، في تحديات لوجستيه، وراح يسبب الى خروج العمله الصعبه من عندك، وفي لها يعني خلينا نقول تفرعات، ويعني لها يعني ريبركشنز يعني او يعني تداعيات سياسيه ويعني واقتصاديه على الدوله وكذا يعني. ف صناعه المواد الخام مشكلتها انها اقتصاديا غير مجديه، لابد يعني تدخل الدوله فيها، لانه اليوم مو كل صناعه بتكون مجديه اقتصاديا، في صناعات يسمونها صناعات سياديه او دفاعيه او امنيه، لابد يعني زي ما صناعه الاسلحه وهذه تعتبر صناعه الادويه من ضمنها يعني، بل ان الادويه ثاني اكبر صناعه في العالم يعني من ناحيه الحجم والتعقيد اللي فيها. اليوم ردا على كلام الاخ نواف انه لانها غير مجديه اقتصاديا، القطاع الخاص ما يبغى يدخل فيها، ما يبغى يصنع، لانه عارف انه ما يقدر هو ينافس فيها الهند ولا الصين، لانه الهند والصين يصنعون بالاطنان كميات كبيره جدا. في اليوم اي مصنع سعودي اذا الدوله عن طريق PIF ولا مثلا وزاره الدفاع ولا الجهات السياديه في الدوله ما دخلوا معاه، ما اعطوه ما يسمى اوف تيكرز اللي هي العقود الشراء الطويله هذه، اذا ما دخلوا معاه هو بالنسبه له غير مجدي اقتصاديا. ففي محاولات الان انه يصير فيه يعني تحرك، ولا انا اشوف PIF عندهم الظاهر زي البروسبكتس او يعني بلو برنت مسوده على قضيه اللي هي الفرص اللي موجوده في القطاع الخاص، بس طبعا الدوله ما تقدر هي تستثمر بنفسها، لابد يكون في برضه شريك يعني تجاري من القطاع الخاص او مستثمرين او رجال اعمال. المصنع الوحيد اللي موجود اليوم اللي هو اسمه كاد ميدل ايست، مملوك لشركه السماك الدوائيه. طبعا المصنع يعني يصنع مواد قليله من المواد الخام وما يقدر ينافس، يعني هو يعني يبيع للشركات اللي تابعه له، يبيع في مصر في الاردن يمكن، بس نموذج تجاري ما هو قادر انه يصير في سكيل اب او يعني يزود عمليه التصنيع، فهو يعني خلينا نقول اقتصاديا خسران، ولكنه يحاولون هم يعني يوصلون للاسواق اكثر، ولكن هذا one manufacturing facility او one plant، تحتاج انت اكثر مصانع بشكل اكبر، تحتاج انه المصانع عندنا على الاقل يكون في اكثر من 50% من المواد الخام يتم شرائها من داخل السوق السعودي وليس تجينا من الخارج من الهند والصين. الهند والصين طبعا عندهم كلفه الاعمال الاوفر هيد كوست عندهم جدا قليل، عندهم طبعا مراكز الابحاث والتطوير الR&D سنترز متطوره جدا، عندهم عماله، تعرف الصين والهند اكبر يعني دولتين في العالم من ناحيه الكثافه السكانيه، فهو تحدي لا شك يعني، ولكن اغلب الدول اللي في منظومه G20 عندها مصانع مواد خام يعني تؤمنها عشان يعني تؤمن تصنيعها. فهذا يمكن السؤال انه ما هي مجديه اقتصاديا، فتحتاج يعني تدخل من الدوله، يكون في لها عقود شراء عن طريق نبكو ولا عن طريق جهات سياديه تامن لهم انه اليوم انا اشتري منك، ما اشتري من الهند، ما اشتري من الصين، وهي تحتاج تشريعات من الدوله ومن جهات سياديه ما هي في يد اي رجل اعمال ولا مستثمر يعني. فهذا يمكن يعني تحدي، ولكنه انا يعني مستشعر انه الدوله حاسه بالخطر هذا، والPIF الان عندهم محاولات، بل حتى في على مستوى منتجات الدم ما يسمى بلاد برودكتس، يعني لو جينا نتكلم عن الفاليو تشين لكل القطاع، في برضو عندنا منتجات اخرى غير المواد الخام، في منتجات الدم، التطعيمات، الفاكسينز، كلها ما تصنع ترى داخليا، وكلها احنا كلبونا اولادنا يروحون المدارس ياخذون التطعيمات وكذا، كلها ترى تجي من الخارج يعني. فاحنا اليوم ما نصنع المواد الخام الا مصنع واحد، ما نصنع منتجات الدم، وفي عليها طلب عالي في بعض الامراض الوراثيه تحتاج تدخل من منتجات الدم، ففي امراض وراثيه كثير موجوده ما في لها منتجات، عندك اللقاحات، في بعض الاشياء اخرى يعني، فالقطاع كبير جدا ولا احنا نقدر اليوم نصنع كل شيء، لابد نحدد احتياج، يكون لنا هويه في التصنيع، ما نقدر نصنع كل حاجه لانه ما في دوله بالعالم تصنع كل احتياجها، ولكن على الاقل نصل الى 60 70%. البرازيل، اندونيسيا عندهم تجارب عالميه رائده في موضوع الامن الدوائي، احنا ما زلنا 30% 35%، تعتبر يعني نسبه جدا قليله، انت عندك اكثر من 50% من احتياجك المحلي كله يجي من برا، فهذا يخليك انت دائما عندك انكشاف دوائي، اكسبوجر عالي عندك في اي سمح الله صار عندك مشاكل، حروب تجاريه، فيضانات، زلازل، لا سمح الله اي شيء يؤدي لانه يصير في صعوبه في دخول المواد، وانت عندك يعني امراض وراثيه وفي امراض مزمنه موجوده كثير يعني. فهذا يمكن يعني
إجابة يعني
It's a very good answer.
مقتضبة على السؤال.
بالعكس. يعطيك العافية على السؤال نواف، سؤال جدا كان جيد يعني، وشكرا لك على الإجابة أستاذ دكتور عامر يعني، وإن شاء الله المستقبل أفضل بإذن الله. هذا الشباب إن شاء الله ما شاء الله اللي احنا جالسين نشوفه قدام بإذن الله. I would like to thank all my panelists now, and I believe the doctor and Mr. Abdullah, due to the time, unfortunately, we do not have more time. Although I would love to, spend a couple of hours, at least, having such great individuals on the stage. But thank you so much. It was an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much. Team, please. Thank you so much again to all the panelists. We hope that you enjoyed the session and was fruitful and educational as we saw. Regarding the pins, the ICA certification pins, all the qualified who acquired it, they will contact Mr. Walid, and he can guide them to the booth where. يعني انت بتوريه وين البوث الموجود فيه. يسمي ترى متكل عليك على الله فهم عليك ما تكسر يا غالي. And now the distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call to the stage once again Dr. Abdullah Al Fahad, the CEO of GS1 KSA. Now we'll be recognizing and honoring all the speakers that are joining us today. Mr. Abdullah Mustafa, Abdelkader Mustafa, if you can kindly join the stage, please. And also a picture together. ألف مبروك أستاذ عبدالقادر، تستاهل كل خير. And now we would like to call Dr. Amir Al-Anazi, please. And now it takes me also great pleasure to welcome Mr. Khalil Softa, please. Congratulations, Alf Mabrouk. And now Mr. Ahmed Al-Jazani, Mr. Al-Hakimi will be taking it on his behalf. I'd like to welcome him, Engineer Abdurrahman Al-Hakimi. And now also this one I'm going to say it in Arabic also because it's the chief financial manager مدير المركز المالي للترقيم السعودي الأستاذ سعيد عليان. ألف مبروك، تستاهل. And now it takes me great pleasure to welcome Mr. Ahmed Al-Khatib, please. Thank you so much, Ahmed. Allah يعطيك العافية. تستاهل الخير، الله يسلمك. Thank you so much, Mr. Ahmed. And now, last but definitely not least, I would like to call to the stage Miss Ala Al-Dashnan, Ustadha Ala Al-Dashnan, Director of Training and Development in GS1. ما قصرتي من البداية المناسبة. الله يعافيك. تستاهلين. I'd like just to kindly ask for our dear speakers and panelists to join all the speakers and the panelists to be on stage. Anna?
Please allow me to introduce a gift to Mr. Walid for his nice work and nice moderation of this session. Thank you, sir.
يكون في عندنا طبعا بس صورة جمعية فقط للمتحدثين اللي كانوا متحدثين.
في ظل التطور السريع والتقدم الهائل في عالم الوسائل العلاجية والتجميلية وما حققته المملكة في هذا المجال، وتماشيا مع النهضة الشاملة والرؤية الواعدة 2030، تم إنشاء مجمع تداوي الطبي في عام 2017 ميلادي، مجهزا بأحدث المعدات والأجهزة ومزودا بكادر طبي متميز من استشاريين سعوديين وكوادر طبية متخصصة على مستوى عال من الكفاءة المهنية والاحترافية. ويقدم المجمع مجموعة متكاملة من الخدمات الطبية والعلاجية والتجميلية، ويضم وحدات متطورة نسعى من خلالها لتقديم خدمات طبية عالية الجودة في مختلف التخصصات. وعددا من الأقسام والعيادات هي عيادات الجلدية والتجميل والليزر، عيادات الأسنان بجميع تخصصاتها، عيادات النساء والولادة وعمليات تجميل ما بعد الولادة، عيادة الأطفال، عيادة الباطنية، عيادة المسالك البولية، عيادة الأنف والأذن والحنجرة، عيادة الطب العام، قسم المختبر وهو مجهز بأحدث ما توصلت إليه المختبرات العالمية، قسم الأشعة، وحدة الختان، وحدة مناظير الجهاز الهضمي. رؤيتنا التطلع لتحقيق التميز والابتكار في مجال تقديم الخدمات الطبية والتجميلية بمستوى عالمي، والتأكيد على نجاح مجمعنا الطبي في بناء علاقات قوية وإيجابية مع المجتمع.
تفضل سعد. معنا الأستاذ عبد الوهاب بن سعد حسن. عبد الوهاب حسن. عبد الوهاب بن حسن، الله يحييك، تفضل.
مساء الخير. اليوم تداوي أكمل قرابة 9 سنين على تأسيسه. تأسس عام 2017 في مدينة صغيرة في المملكة العربية السعودية في محافظة خميس مشيط، عشان يكون عنده الآن أكثر من 5 أفرع. من بين الأفرع هذه فرع للرعاية الممتدة. اليوم تداوي أحدث نقلة نوعية في حياة المريض بشكل عام. تداوي اليوم يحثك على الوقاية أكثر من العلاج. اليوم تداوي أمتد لأفرع كثيرة لخدمة المريض. أحد الأفرع الأحدث اللي حصلت واللي افتتحت قبل كم شهر فرع للرعاية الممتدة، وهو داعم للسلاسل الإمداد اللي هي أحد قضايا الاستراتيجية لرؤية 2030. الرؤية اللي وضعها أمير الشباب سمو الأمير محمد بن سلمان ولي العهد حفظه الله. تداوي الرعاية الممتدة بشركة تداوي الطبية في سلسلة الإمداد يعني ما هي مجرد أدوية ومستلزمات، هي عنصر أساسي في جودة حياة المريض. لأن أي تأخير في الدواء أو نقص في المستلزمات الطبية أو خلل في التخزين ينعكس مباشرة على رعاية المريض وعلى حياته. يعني تخيل أنت الآن لو حصل أي نقص في هذا الشيء، أنت تهدد حياة مريض يمكن يحدث نقلة نوعية في مستقبله. لأن اليوم يمكن يحدث فارق في حياتك، وحياتك يمكن تحدث فارق في العالم اللي أنت تعيش فيه. فإدارة سلسلة الإمداد هنا تعني استمرارية العلاج وأمان صحي وتقليل مخاطر على المرضى قبل أي شيء آخر. شكرا لكم.
We'd like to thank everyone for coming here today and attending. Wishing you all the best and see you at the next forum. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you.